This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Matt Miller and Paul Sweeney live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We want to get the latest reporting on the move to elect a Speaker of the House. So let's get on to Washington, D.C. We'll check in with Jordan Fabian. He's a White House reporter down there. Jordan, I see on my various TV screens here that looks like they're getting ready for a vote for the Speaker of the House. How did the numbers shake out at this point, do you think?
So they've just before we got on the air, there was a quorum call. So they're basically getting the number, the magic number in line of how many votes Jim Jordan will need. So he's going to need 217 votes to become Speaker, and that means that he can only afford 3 Republican defections. So he's on a razor's edge here, very thin margin for him to be able to win this election.
Is there any kind of behind-the-scenes look at how this thing may be breaking?
He's been meeting with members behind the scenes over the past 24 hours, twisting arms, trying to persuade them to get on board. He's persuaded a number of holdouts who had previously said they were, quote unquote, hell no on voting Jordan. So there is momentum in this camp. But again, only 3 holdouts leaves really not a lot of margin for error. And there's still a few Republicans who say they won't vote for Jim Jordan for Speaker.
What do you think the asks are that Jim Jordan, or, that are being kind of the horse trading behind the scenes? What can he really deliver to, get the votes he needs here?
A lot of the skeptics have come from the Appropriations Committee, so those are the people who really set the budgets and the spending bills for all the areas of government, and the Defense Committee, the Armed Services Committee. So he might be making assurances on budget matters like the Farm Bill, for example. That's not something he's voted for in the past. Some members from agricultural states have been getting on him to try and get on board on that, making sure that gets passed to set farm policy and farm aid. And also there's this question of the defense budget. There was some agitation from the right wing about across-the-board cuts. Like, is he going to relent on that? Is he going to make sure that Israel and Ukraine get the aid they're asking for? These are all questions that are going on in the Republican conference, and I'm sure things that he's addressing behind the scenes.
There are some, in both parties that I think are concerned about his role in the January 6th uprising and his inability to kind of denounce that even afterwards. Is that something that's in the calculus these days?
For sure. Congressman Ken Buck from Colorado is one of the Republican holdouts. That's one of the things he mentioned right before this vote got underway, that he said he can't vote for someone who hasn't acknowledged the result of the election, and who, by all accounts, was talking to Donald Trump on January 6th, was pushing this idea that Congress could negate the vote. That's been a turnoff for some Republican members. And of course, Democrats use it as a rallying cry. They nominated Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker. In the nomination speech that was given by one of his counterparts, he called Jim Jordan an insurrection insider. So this is one of these points that Democrats are using to try and persuade those holdouts on Jim Jordan to stay that way.
Could we have multiple votes today, or is this kind of one and done, and if they don't get it done here, they'll maybe try to find somebody else?
Jordan has said he is in it for as many votes as it takes. So if he doesn't get on the first ballot, I assume there will be another. But it'll be interesting to see if at a certain point it's clear or not if he can get the votes, whether he reconsiders that and the conference says, hey, we got to start over yet again.
All right. Very good. Jordan Fabian, thanks so much for joining us here. Jordan Fabian, he's White House reporter based in Washington, D.C., giving the latest on the historic vote for House Speaker, which is now getting underway in Washington, D.C. S&P 500 up about 0.1%. Same for the Dow. The NASDAQ essentially flat here. Yields are higher. 10-year Treasury is up about 11 basis points, 4.82 on your 10-year. 2-year paper, you can get 5.20%. WTI crude oil off just fractionally $86 a barrel here. So still got a little bit of green on the screen for this equity markets on the back of very strong retail sales. Sound On with Joe Matthew from Washington, D.C., right at the center of things today. That starts right now.
Now, our nation's capital. This is Bloomberg Sound On.
The Biden administration says we're making good on a long-held promise. Ballooning budget deficits in Washington. We're in a bizarro political world here.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Most people, including most Republicans in Congress, understand that we need to get aid to Ukraine.
Who's going to take us in a rational way into the future and lead our country?
This has really become kind of a new frontier in American politics, is this battle between red states and blue cities.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
The voting is underway. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the House of Representatives gathers to elect a new speaker, with Republican Speaker nominee Jim Jordan reaching for the 217 votes required. Now, it's unclear if he can get them. We're going to learn this together in real time, and we'll bring you behind the scenes coming up. Sarah Chamberlain, the president of the Republican Main Street Partnership. She has the pulse of the conference and will be with us in just a moment with analysis today from our political panel. Republican strategist Lisa Camuso-Miller, former communications director at the RNC, is with us, along with Democratic analyst Matt Bennett, co-founder of Third Way Strategies. So let's get started. As always, on Wall Street, we head to New York for an update on the markets now. Dan Schwartzman. Hi, Dan.
Hey there. Actually, it's Denise here right now. I pushed Dan out of the podium here, but he'll be back in just a few minutes for you with some general news. We are higher for stocks. We check the markets all day long for you here at Bloomberg. A lot of naysayers, though, Joe, talking to us today about markets and concern about, including some extent, Jonathan Stubbs. He's equity strategist over at Berenberg. He believes stocks may be too expensive.
From a corporate perspective, valuations and margins are still very high. So it doesn't mean equities can't go up or can't go up a lot over the next sort of few years for whatever reason, but the starting point is quite challenging.
And Stubbs with us there on the Surveillance podcast. Right now, the Dow is up about 0.1%, up 61 points. Actually, we'll call it 0.2% right now. The S&P 500 up 0.2%, 8 points. The NASDAQ up just about 0.1%. Call it pretty much flat. It's up about 10 points. The yield on the 10-year right now, 4.8%. Spot gold right now, it is higher by about 0.3%, 19.24 an ounce. Crude oil been lower much of the day today, down about 0.3%, 86 bucks a barrel as President Biden makes those plans to go to Israel. Bank of America shares, they've been higher all day. Traders reporting their best third quarter results in more than a decade. Couple other metrics also beat. We'll be hearing from CEO Brian Moynihan with a live interview with us on Bloomberg Radio and Television just about an hour from now. A lot to ask him. Breaking news on Continental. This is one of Europe's top car plants makers. It's studying the sale of a automotive assets unit, including its autonomous mobility units, according to sources to Bloomberg. Also, Adidas, depending on how you say it, boosting its guidance for a second time in 3 months. That's after selling another batch of Yeezy sneakers from its canceled partnership with the rapper and designer Ye. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash, Joe.
All right, Denise, thank you. Good to see you and glad you're with us. On the Tuesday edition of Bloomberg Sound On, it's happening as we speak. I can bring you to the floor right now.
Jeffries.
Where the voting is taking place on a new Speaker of the House. We just did this, you say, less than a year ago.
Jordan.
Yes, that is true. And here we are yet again.
Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries
Kassar.
getting Democratic votes on the floor. It's Jim Jordan we're listening for here as the Republican conference is met with a real test, of course. 217, if you're playing along in your home game, remember the rules here. Jordan needs 217 votes to become Speaker. That means he can really only lose 4 Republicans. The congressman was surrounded by reporters when he got to work this morning. Quite the gaggle. Listen to this back and forth as he made his way from the door to the elevator.
We need to get a speaker today, and we feel really good about where we're at. I'm going over to meet with.
Does that mean ballot after ballot, the way McCarthy did?
Whatever it takes to get a speaker today is what we're.
What are some of the concerns that you've still heard from members at this time?
We've been picking up support every day, and so it's been. I feel confident.
Have you spoken to President Trump? Have you asking him to help you with this vote?
I've been talking to President Trump. I've talked to the president in a couple of days.
How's the whip effort been going?
Very good.
Why would you say to Ken Buck that the election was stolen in 2020? That was not stolen.
Into the elevator he goes, without answering the question from Anaraju, a question that's been coming up repeatedly. ABC's Rachel Scott essentially asked him the same thing and got the same response earlier today.
Ken Buck said it's important for the Republican Speaker of the House to acknowledge that Donald Trump lost the election. Do you acknowledge that?
Silence on that one as we listen now to the voting taking place live on the House floor. Some concerns about January 6th as presented by Liz Cheney. We've talked about that on this broadcast. Some concerns as well about his exposure to a sexual assault scandal while spending time working as a wrestling coach at the university level here. But the nominations have taken place. The names are on the floor here. We heard from Elise Stefanik on behalf of Congressman Jim Jordan a short time ago.
Whether on the wrestling mat or in the committee room, Jim Jordan is strategic, scrappy, tough, and principled. He is a mentor, a worker, and above all, he is a fighter. And the American people know, we know, that Jim Jordan is a winner on behalf of the American people.
Got a big round of applause at the end of her speech, as did Pete Aguilar, who entered the name of Hakeem Jeffries, and now we're going through the process here. The House is full, as I see Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer sitting right nearby Hakeem Jeffries.
Crane.
But again, it's not the Democrats that we're watching today, and that's why I'm glad to say Sarah Chamberlain is with us, the president CEO of the Republican Main Street Partnership, who's been prescient in her analysis here, was the only insider in Washington who assured us there would be no government shutdown. And now she's back to talk about the race for speaker here, one that she's been involved in. Her 90 or so members of the partnership will have a pivotal role in electing the next speaker, and that's why Sarah is in the room for so many of these important conversations. It's great to have you back, Sarah. Your initial take today, whether it's 1 or 15 rounds, is Jim Jordan going to be the next speaker?
I don't know yet, to be honest. He's not going to get on the first round. He may get it, on the 5th or 6th round. I also don't think that the members are going to go 15 rounds. If Jim Jordan can't get it after the 3rd or 4th round, I think that they're going to move in a different direction. Most of the Republican Main Street Partnership members are voting for Jim Jordan, though the couple that have not so far are both Main Street members, and they voted for McCarthy. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic. I tell you, the one thing that they all agree on is we need a Speaker of the House, and we need one soon. This is ridiculous. The unrest, they're tired of it. Israel's at war, and here we are. We can't get a speaker. So interesting times here in Washington.
My God, that's for sure. Just think of the stuff we've talked about in the short time that we've been doing this together, Sarah. Politico called it a cascade of caving, which I thought was pretty clever, as we saw Mike Rogers, Ken Calvert, Mark Molinaro, a lot of names that we didn't expect to vote for Jim Jordan fall into his column here. And I wonder what you make of the sort of speed with which that took place over the last 24 to 48 hours. Was it just effective whipping over the weekend from Jim Jordan, or just an eagerness to get this done?
I think it's a combination of 3 things. They're eager to get this done. Jordan has a great whipped operation. And then the third thing is, I really want to emphasize, Jim Jordan has been reaching out to the Republican Main Street Partnership members for months, long before McCarthy was ever recalled. So he has been building a relationship with these members, never dreaming, I'm sure, that he would be in a position today to need their votes for Speaker of the House.
Well, so is this turning over a new leaf for him? Is this a different Jim Jordan than we thought we knew?
I think he's trying to be. I really do think he's trying to change and really become a leader that can lead the entire delegation. Though I know the 3rd member just voted no for him, just voted for Lee Zeldin. So clearly he's not going to get it on the first round. Ken Buck is not there. But what Jim Jordan is trying to do, and that's why he's talking to the Main Street members who live in Biden districts, 17 of the 18 that live in those districts are Main Street members, and he's reaching out, what do you need? And again, he's been doing this for months and months and months. This is not a new thing. So I think Jim Jordan is working to see what the entire Republican House needs to maintain the majority.
As you just heard from Sarah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen here for Jim Jordan.
Yeah.
Fallon.
Yeah, it's not
we're listening live now on the House floor.
Jordan.
But you knew that was going to happen, Sarah. You said that. Most people didn't expect this to be done in the first round. The question is, can he go the distance? And to your point, will there be patience after, say, a round 3 for another Jim Jordan vote?
I really don't see this going like it did for Kevin into 14, 15 rounds. I think that the members want to get a speaker. If it's Jim Jordan, fine. If it's not, they move on to somebody else. Maybe it's a McHenry. I don't know. I don't think there's a plan, to be honest with you. Believe it or not, they just want to get this behind them in the best way they can. But clearly, right now in this vote, it is not. He's not going to become the speaker.
Yeah, how about that? As we learn live with Sarah Chamberlain, if you're just joining us, Jim Jordan does not make the first round here with a live vote still underway on Capitol Hill. Sarah, what do you make of the conversation around January 6th? And I ask you that specifically through the view of Main Street Partnership members who are taking a certain approach to politics and are not obviously in the MAGA camp. And there's been a lot of talk from Liz Cheney and others. A lot of reporters are asking questions about Jim Jordan's role on January 6th. And we're hearing a lot of forgiveness, frankly, from establishment Republicans. Are you as well?
Yes, I am. And because they do think he has changed from that day and that time, and he's become much more willing to talk to all the members. He's not quite as much Freedom Caucus as he was on that day. And you can see that with his support of Kevin. I mean, he stood up hard and fast to support Kevin McCarthy during his entire speaker's race, and then while he was speaker, and then frankly, he tried very hard to save him. He tried to persuade Matt Gaetz and the others not to vote against McCarthy. So he's been doing a lot, and that is why you're seeing him get more votes than maybe some people thought he would, but you're also seeing some members that, for reasons unto themselves, for different reasons, they have not voted for him today. They're voting for other people.
We've got a couple of McCarthys, including Representative Bacon, that may not be a surprise to you. Are you still holding out? And it sounds like you are, getting back to where we started, for another name to emerge if this doesn't coalesce today.
Well, we have to. If Jim Jordan cannot get to speaker, and again, I don't know, maybe in the 3rd or 4th round he can. But if he can't, we have to pivot to the next option. And, what that option is, I don't know. It could be McHenry if he'll do it for 60 days. I don't really see us working with the Democrats to try to really forge a bipartisanship. I think when the Democrats didn't step up and help Kevin a couple weeks ago, there was a lot of damage done between the two parties, more so than was there prior. It's a mess. It really is a mess. That's the only thing I can say. And hopefully we'll get this behind us soon, one way or another.
Well, your view is important to us because you know what a mess looks like here, and you know what regular order looks like. Sarah, I was compelled to hear from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on CNN last evening. And she was talking about the New York delegation, New York moderate Republicans, who she doesn't think will be able to vote for Jim Jordan. Here's how she put it.
We'll see if individuals like Mike Lawler or Mark Molinaro, who represent New Yorkers in Hudson Valley, the Catskills, Westchester County, will actually vote to install a man who voted to overturn the United States' election and who supports a national abortion ban to be Speaker of the House and second in line to the presidency.
What do you think, Sarah? Can they bring a vote like that home?
So Mark has flipped. Mark Molinaro is going to go yes. We're not to the M's yet, but every indication is that he's voting for Jim Jordan. Clearly, he thinks in his district he can take that vote and survive it. D'Esposito is already voted, and he did not vote. He voted for Lee Zeldin. I understand Mike Lawler is not voting for Jordan either. So New York will separate. I'm from New York. It's certainly an interesting state, and they all have very much their own opinions and strong opinions, and they're going to do what they think is best for their districts.
Appropriations Chair Kate Granger votes for Steve Scalise Are these just protest votes, or are there hopes that a Scalise or a McCarthy comes back into the fold, Sarah?
Well, I would tell you, I hear overwhelmingly from our members that they really wish McCarthy would run again. They love him. They think it's unfair, and they would love to have him go. I don't think that's going to be an option, but here we are.
Sounds like you've got your eyes on Patrick McHenry if we have to go there.
That he'll be the next best option, and he'd be a very good option if and it's a big if still if we have to go there.
I'm really glad you could join us in the throes of this vote, Sarah. It's good to see you, and thank you as always for the insight. Sarah Chamberlain, Republican Main Street Partnership President and CEO. She knows, as we've learned live on the air here together. Let's assemble the panel so they can each take a swing at this while we have time with Matt Bennett, Executive Vice President for Public Affairs at Third Way. And Lisa Camuso-Miller is along today, Reset Public Affairs Partner and, of course, former Communications Director at the RNC. It's great to have you both here on an important day. And Lisa, I can only imagine what's going through your mind right now with Jim Jordan on the cusp of becoming Speaker. Do you think he can do this?
Not on the first ballot. 7 votes already against him for a variety of folks. I love Sarah's analysis. She's always a star, and she always has her finger on the pulse of how things are going. I do think she's right. I think that we're probably not going to see 15 ballots, which thank goodness for that. But it's also a demonstration to the American people that we as a party still do not have a consensus candidate and someone that can lead the conference in governance. And that's so critically important right now. So it will be interesting to see, but obviously we're going for another ballot for sure.
9 no votes for Jim Jordan. Matt, what do you think about the way this is going? What are we learning from this first round when everyone said he likely would not be confirmed as Speaker?
Right. I mean, I think this is not a surprise, at least in this round. What is a shock, an enormous surprise, is that we're doing this at all. I mean, the idea that Jim Jordan might become the Speaker of the House would have been laughable about 2 weeks ago. And it's still profoundly shocking. I mean, this guy is far, far too radical to serve in any leadership post, not least third in line to the presidency, and the guy who's going to have to negotiate on behalf of the House with President Biden, with the Senate. This is not somebody who has any of those relationships, and for whom his own colleagues on the Republican side have enormous contempt. I mean, former Speaker Boehner said that he was a legislative terrorist. So this should not be happening at all, and the fact that it's close to happening is truly shocking.
Well, yeah, I guess it's just a question of whether it does happen. But we'll find this out together as we move forward here with our panel, Matt Bennett and Lisa Camuso-Miller. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for joining us on the fastest show in politics. We've got a lot to cover here still. Matt and Lisa stay with us as we keep our eye on the floor of the House. Jim Jordan fails in the first round of voting, but he could still be Speaker. This is Bloomberg.
events, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 1:21 on Wall Street. We check the market for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks right now, they are mixed. We had stronger than expected retail sales. Also stronger than expected numbers on industrial production. That's got investors maybe a little bit freaked out about rising interest rates, although they are trying to shake it off a little bit. And right now we are mixed on stocks. The Dow, it is up about 0.1%, up 43 points. The S&P 500 also up about 0.1%, up by 5 points. The NASDAQ, it is flat right now, just maybe squeezing out a tiny gain, up just fractionally. The yield on the 10-year creeping higher, 4.83% now. Spot gold right now, it's also higher, up by 0.2%, $19.24 an ounce. Crude oil, been lower all day, down almost 0.4% now at $86.33 a barrel. And we're also tracking shares of NVIDIA, the U.S. restricting the sales of chips that NVIDIA designed specifically for the Chinese market, certain chips being prohibited, and NVIDIA shares, they've been lower all day. We also have some breaking headlines from Europe. CVC Capital said to be weighing a bid for $8 billion payments from Nexi. That's an ongoing saga there. Nexi also drawing early interest, we're hearing, according to sources from other buyout firms. Also, Continental, European automakers, said to study auto divestment, including its self-driving autos unit, and Adidas sees a smaller than expected operating loss. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Jim Jordan will not be Speaker of the House. Not on the first round. You see what I did there? Just learned as the voting takes place, they're counting them right now. Going through the roll call here. This is live sound from the House floor.
McLean.
He does not have the votes to get this done, and that's not a surprise to anybody. No one thought Jim Jordan was going to close this down in the first round, remembering Kevin McCarthy took 15, and no one thinks that's going to happen either. But we're going to stay close to this because it does appear that there will be a second vote to follow, and it might be earlier than we thought. We'll let you know how this goes. It's kind of moving under our feet. All of this happening as we speak in Washington, which is what we promise you here.
McGarvey.
First draft of history. We'll just learn it together as we assemble our panel. Matt Bennett from Third Way, Lisa Camuso Miller at Reset Public Affairs with us here to bring both sides of the conversation as we look at Congressman Brian's style with the tally before the Speaker's rostrum. This is going to take them a little bit here, Lisa, obviously, but now that we know Jim Jordan will not be Speaker on the first round, I wonder what you see happening through the course of the day here. They clearly don't want to repeat what happened in January, and based on what we heard from Sarah Chamberlain, patience will run very thin after a second or third round here. Do you see it that way in terms of his window of opportunity?
I definitely do. I mean, there's already so much dissatisfaction with him as a candidate. As much as he's been doing all the retail politics he can, talking to members and finding ways to be supportive of them and their needs, I think that there's just a general distrust of him as a candidate. So it will be interesting to see if he can get them over the line. The other thing, too, to watch that I've been watching as a campaign kid for as long as I can remember is that Jim Jordan is not a fundraiser. He is not someone who raises money. He's not someone who meets the threshold for his dues for the NRCC. If that's the case and we elect a speaker that's not someone who's a party builder, who does everything they can to get others elected, that too is a change of course for the Republican Party. And that's also of concern because if he's not following the rules, then who needs to then?
Yeah. Matt, we've got now 12 votes, if my count is right, Jim Jordan.
Circumstances, I mean, the sun could burn out before that happens. So this is really a question of whether Republicans are going to change course.
We've got a big old round of applause, standing ovation on the House floor. Matt, Hakeem Jeffries wins his conference on the first round. Are we going to do this again like January? 212, 212, 212, as Catherine Clark said.
Yes, as long as the candidate in question is Jim Jordan. I think if Republicans come to their senses and they nominate somebody else, another Republican, to be sure that's going to be a Republican speaker, they have the majority. But if they nominate, Don Bacon or somebody sensible, then it is conceivable that Democrats might actually vote for them or vote present so that they can more easily get to a majority.
Do we see that happening, Lisa? Does that person exist?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I like the optimism for sure from Matt, but I'm not sure that that's right, because I think that so far the Democratic caucus has looked incredibly strong. I mean, bulletproof when it comes to this vote, and really in just about everything they do. And so I couldn't understand for any candidate other than a candidate that does not exist, that they would change their vote and either vote present or vote in favor of a Republican candidate. I think that they're better off sticking with Hakeem Jeffries. They think he's the best possible leader for the job anyway. I'd be surprised if they changed course, but I'd also be surprised that we pick a candidate that was more like a Don Bacon. I have a feeling that if it's not Jim Jordan, I think Sarah Chamberlain is onto something. It is certainly something we've been predicting on this show and other places for months now, is that McHenry very well he could fall over backwards into this position, but it's mostly because he's serving right now in that role, and people see him more and more as a leader that they can work with.
It looked like Jim Jordan was making progress, winning folks over on the matter of Ukraine. There you go, Matt. Another round of applause for Hakeem Jeffries. Debbie Dingell was asked about this. I want you to hear what she said. This is, of course, a Democrat from Michigan, close to the leadership, on the matter of Ukraine funding and whether Jim Jordan will embrace that along with supplemental funding for Israel, for instance. It's been a big sticking point with a lot of Republicans in the House. And it's interesting to see where Jim Jordan stands here. Here's Debbie Dingell from earlier today.
Obviously, a lot of people worry about that, but I talked to some Republicans who say that he's going to make sure that it's there. We know the Republicans in the Senate believe that it needs to be there. And I'm not going to take the lowest position and go, oh, the world is done, this crisis. I'm going to work together to do what's with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle.
So, Matt Bennett, do your worst fears about Jim Jordan include a defunding, if you will, of the war effort in Ukraine? Or do you think Jim Jordan offers that to become the next speaker?
I don't know. He certainly doesn't want to fund Ukraine. If it was up for him, he wouldn't, which is very scary. But it's possible that he offered that as a bargaining chip in trying to win this vote. However, the Ukraine situation is not going to go away anytime soon. They're in day 600 of this war. It's not going to end quickly. And it's very likely that the Biden administration is going to have to come back to the Hill for more Ukraine money at some point. And at that point, his bargaining chips will be gone. So I really worry about that. But I worry more that Jim Jordan has no interest in having the government function as it should. I mean, we have planes almost knocking into each other. We have FAA needing money. This government is vitally important. And Jordan was the main driver behind the shutdown under Trump. And you can certainly see him doing that again as speaker.
Yeah, Bloomberg Intelligence is running odds on this, Lisa, increasing the odds to 80% of a government shutdown if a man named Jim Jordan becomes speaker. Do you agree with that? And if so, why?
I would be surprised if that percentage adjusted very much for anybody that becomes the speaker. And I say this because the clock is running out. I mean, 2 weeks ago, we had 45 days. Now we have, 30 days left to go, and we have how many appropriations bills to get through and get to the Senate?
But is the worry
and
that
get to
he
the
would not
desk?
pass a CR, or that he would not work with the White House, or both?
He saw the way the CR went for McCarthy. I don't think he would do that again. I think he's going to try to get it done. He's going to try to do each individual bill as the conference is asking him to.
So we're
and if
shutting
that's the case, yeah, I really feel like it. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but it does feel that way.
I don't know if that's even a factor for the Republicans voting right now, Matt, but do you see the odds of a shutdown increasing if it is, in fact, Speaker Jordan?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, Jordan is the hardest line member you can get. There is no harder line. He's all the way to 100 out of 100. So, yeah, but I do think Lisa's right that the odds of a shutdown are high regardless of who they pick, presuming that the speaker ends up being a Republican, which it will. I do think that without much time to negotiate, it's going to be very hard to get this across the finish line. The question is, what do Republicans want? I think the president is open to listening to things, even though they cut a deal with him and then, promptly abdicated on that deal. But they seem only to want to cause chaos and destruction, and that is not a thing that Joe Biden is going to be able to give them.
You do wonder in our remaining moment here, Lisa, can you just picture in your head, close your eyes, picture in your head, that still photo from the pool spray in the Oval Office with Jim Jordan sitting on the couch or maybe on the chair next to the fireplace with Joe Biden? Is that something that's within the realm of possibility?
Joe Biden may be the last member of the legislature, now president, who is someone that would cross the aisle, even for the most egregious and difficult candidates. So I do think that will happen. If Jim Jordan becomes the speaker, that the president will work with him to the ability that he can. The other question is, will Jim Jordan work with the president, really?
Yes, right. I can only imagine what would happen in that pool spray. Really glad to have Matt Bennett and Lisa Camuso Miller with us as we learn in real time the future, the leadership in the House of Representatives. Jim Jordan has lost the first round of voting. We're preparing for a second. And we want to bring you up to date on world and national news now. Dan Schwartzman has the latest for us from the newsroom in New York. Hi, Dan.
Thanks, Joe. As you've been hearing on Bloomberg Radio, Ohio Republican Jim Jordan did not get enough votes to be elected as House Speaker after the first round of voting. Looks like they're on to the second round as of this point. Make sure to stay tuned to Bloomberg Radio for more as it comes across. Israel continues to pummel Gaza with airstrikes as more than 100 aid trucks have massed at the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza. Egypt has blamed Israel for the crossing still being closed, as Israel says it's seeking guarantees that the aid won't be commandeered by Hamas. The World Health Organization says it's working diplomatic channels to try to get aid into the Palestinian territory. Meanwhile, Israel continues to make preparations for what's expected to be a ground invasion into northern Gaza. Bloomberg national security correspondent Nick Wadhams reports on the status of that operation.
Israel's ambassador said in an interview with Bloomberg Television that this is something that they're not putting a timetable on. They're not going to give a sense for when it might happen, but that it could happen at any time. I mean, one thing that is important to say that we think is at least a reasonable expectation is that it would not start with President Biden in the region, and he's expected to be there on Wednesday.
That's Bloomberg national security correspondent Nick Wadhams. Again, President Biden heading tonight to Israel on a high-stakes trip to try to keep the war from expanding in the region. For the first time in the war, Ukraine has launched American-made long-range surface-to-surface missiles at Russian forces. A small batch of the missiles called the Army Tactical Missile System were secretly sent to the country and allows Ukraine to hit Russian targets well behind enemy lines. Ukraine claims it hit 2 airfields, resulting in dozens of casualties as well as the destruction of 9 helicopters. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Dan Schwartzman, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 1:40 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks right now, they've been fluctuating, but they're lower. And did you spend more than you expected last month? Because U.S. retail sales, they increased by a shocking amount, way more than forecast. David Malpass, former president of the World Bank, says it's making it really hard for the Fed to do its job right now. And he says rising deficit spending in the U.S. is also a problem.
They're an engine of demand that's sitting in the U.S. You know, we're talking about $2 trillion per year fiscal deficit. It used to be after a crisis like the COVID crisis, you would bring down the fiscal deficit, but this time it's gone up and plans to go up even more into the future. As you try to raise interest rates, it doesn't really get at this part of demand.
And Malpass with us there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. No doubt investors are also watching the Republican efforts to elect a speaker. When it looked like Jim Jordan might be kind of teeing up the vote, stocks moved higher for a hot minute. But then when our Joe Matthew gave us the word that Jordan wasn't going to make it on the first vote, stocks did slip. That's where we are now. Right now, the Dow down fractionally, down 9 points, S&P down about 2 points, and the NASDAQ down about 0.2% down. We'll call it 27 points now. Yield on the 10-year, meantime, creeping even higher. Right now, we're almost at 4.84%. Shares of Bank of America, they're surging. They're up more than 2% right now. Traders reporting their best third quarter results in more than a decade. Net interest income, that also topped analyst estimates. And we will be hearing from Chairman and CEO Brian Moynihan in an in-depth conversation with our David Weston coming up here on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television as well, of course, in just a few minutes. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
17 votes against Jim Jordan so far in the process that's unfolding live on the House floor. The headline on the terminal says it all. Jordan lacking votes to win House speakership on first round. So that's it. They're buttoning up those who didn't answer and making sure that they got the math right here. But he's not going to be speaker. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for joining us here on Bloomberg Sound On. The fastest show on politics is moving in real time today with our panel, Matt Bennett from Third Way and Lisa Camuso-Miller from Reset Public Affairs, bringing us the view from both sides of the aisle. Lisa, this is important. We heard a lot of questions today from reporters, a lot of talk on Sunday morning TV shows as well about January 6th and about a cover-up here, allegedly, when it comes to hiding a sexual assault scandal when Jim Jordan was a wrestling coach. It seems that most folks have either forgiven Jim Jordan or gotten some form of amnesia over January 6th in the Republican conference. To what extent do either of those issues play into these 17, gosh, look at now 20 votes against Jim Jordan? Or is this all about the fact that he didn't get along with folks, that he never brought legislation to the floor, and some of the other criticisms that we've heard from the center?
Everything I've seen is that it's about democracy. Every single thing that I've read. So many of those members are either members that are in districts where they're hearing from their constituents that January 6th was not good, that they're in favor of a strong party, they're in favor of strong democracy. And many of them, too, have served our country. And how could they possibly have served and then also say it's okay to support a candidate who, by all accounts, had a big role in what happened in the Capitol on January 6th? Mm-hmm. Imagine being
Matt,
a
it's interesting
Capitol
to
Police
me.
officer.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Imagine being Imagine being a Capitol Police officer and having to welcome the speaker into the building in the morning, knowing that he had something to do with all the things that happened to their counterparts. I can't get over that. I can't get my head wrapped around that. I can't imagine how they do their job every day.
Well, it was amazing to me to hear folks close to Mike Pence, for instance, said we disagreed with him on that. But Mick Mulvaney yesterday, who quit the administration over the events of January 6th, said that's something that happened in the past, essentially. We're worried about what happens the next 2 to 3 months. Matt Bennett, what would that mean for the House of Representatives with regard to that singular issue, January 6th, if it were a Speaker Jordan?
I mean, it would be a horror show When you become a member of Congress, you swear an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, not anything else, the Constitution of the United States. And nothing was under more direct assault on January 6th than our Constitution and the constitutional provision for how we transfer power in this country. Jim Jordan took an axe to that. And the fact that he might be handed one of the most powerful positions in our government is nothing short of absolutely appalling. And Democrats are going, I mean, look, House Democrats are going to be in the position of having to decide, do we do anything at all with this guy? Because for a time after January 6th, House Democrats didn't want to deal with any of the Republicans who had voted after the assault on the Capitol, who had voted not to certify the election. Jordan did way more than that. I mean, he encouraged the assault itself. So this is going to be a very, very difficult time for Congress if this happens.
Well, how about the matter of certification on its own, Lisa? Would a Speaker Jordan certify the 2024 election if Donald Trump lost?
Well, it's a great question. I have no idea, Joe. I mean, honestly, I think
that's
he would
a problem.
Have to, right? Yeah, he would absolutely have to, because this isn't a big role. He's third in line to the presidency. All of the factors that go into the power that is the office of the Speaker is of great concern. And I would hope that he would take this oath seriously and he would certify the election and would do the right thing. But his past behavior has shown that he would not. And that's of concern not only to the Democratic Party, it's of concern to Republicans like myself who still believe in the Constitution and the foundations of this country.
Yeah. Can I make a point about that, Joe, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
I very much agree with Lisa, and I'm grateful to her and other Republicans who believe in the Constitution. It is not at all clear that Jim Jordan would be Speaker on January 6th of 2025. The Speaker will be chosen by the next Congress, not this one, the one elected in 2024. They will be sworn in 3 days prior. And if they pick Jim Jordan as their Speaker, I would put a lot of money on Democrats taking control of the House.
It's a great point, of course. We'd be looking into the next session of Congress here. And also there are questions about whether Jim Jordan would last the rest of this session to begin with, Lisa, after what we saw happen with Kevin McCarthy. And now, 20 votes on his first ballot, voting against him here. It's kind of an interesting scenario. McCarthy lost 19. I was curious about that, James. Thank you for a little perspective here. I guess Jim Jordan actually has some catching up to do, Lisa, with Kevin McCarthy's first round. How many does he get? 3?
It doesn't feel like he's going to have 15. And that I think is a good thing. But also too, I think Matt's point is very strong. Look, history, if we are students of history, which those of us who do pay attention to the way this has worked over the course of history in the U.S., in 1910 was the last time they challenged a speaker, and 2 years later, the Republicans lost the majority. This kind of demonstration of inability to govern and inability to do the work tells me that we are going to have a lot of trouble messaging this as we get into 24. There's still 12 months to go, so we have plenty of time. But there's a lot of work to be done and a lot that the Republicans have to demonstrate in terms of leadership in order to be successful in 24.
Well, it's looking like we might have to wait for a second round here. It's expected the House will go into recess. That was originally thought this morning, if it didn't happen in the noontime vote, which this technically is. It's taken some time to get through the process here, that there might be another around 6 p.m. We're going to have to wait to find out what happens with that. The folks who've been counting votes here, including Congressman Brian Stile, who's standing directly in front of the Speaker's rostrum, they seem to be taking a moment here to breathe. Jim Jordan shaking hands, walking around. So is Kevin McCarthy in the well of the House. We'll continue to bring you real-time updates on what's happening here on the fastest show in politics. Jim Jordan fails in round 1 as we now look ahead to number 2. Matt Bennett and Lisa Camuso-Miller, our great panel today, helping us understand each move here on the House floor. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Stay with us on Sound On. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Denise Pellegrini. We have some headlines from the auto industry. Europe and the U.S. both involved here. Sources telling us Continental, this is one of Europe's top car parts makers, right? It is apparently studying selling its automotive assets, and this will include its autonomous mobility unit. This is according to sources to Bloomberg. Another headline up on the Bloomberg terminal, Apollo is said to be studying some Continental operations. So possible buyer there. Others may also be interested, of course. War between Israel and Hamas also very much on investors' minds this hour. Israel, meantime, says it is discussing Starlink wartime backup with SpaceX. We get more on what's happening there from Bloomberg's Steve Rappaport.
Denise, Israel's communications ministry says Starlink would ensure towns on the front lines have continuous internet service in case other systems are disrupted. Officials also say they're considering disconnecting internet and phone service that Israel provides to Gaza ahead of an expected ground invasion. The Starlink network proved critical for Ukrainian forces in their ongoing fight with Russia, but a contract with Israel could put Elon Musk at the center of another global conflict. Denise?
All right, thank you, Steve. Bloomberg Steve Rappaport reporting there. Goldman Sachs shares, they're lower. Goldman posting a second straight quarter of real estate write-downs. That's one of the things dragging on sentiment there. Bank of America, meantime, shares are higher. The company reported stronger than expected quarterly results by some measures. And we will be hearing from B of A Chief Executive Officer Brian Moynihan in just a few minutes here on Bloomberg Radio. He'll be sitting down with our David Weston. We're tracking it all for you here on Bloomberg Radio.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We are live from Washington, where Jim Jordan has failed in the first round of voting in the House to become Speaker. That doesn't mean it's over. They're figuring out when to do round two. And when it happens, you'll hear about it right here on Bloomberg Radio. And on YouTube, search Bloomberg Global News. If you want to find us, the cameras are lit. Kaylee Lyons will join the conversation in just 5 minutes. Right now, let's get up to date on things. We go to New York, to the newsroom for an update on world and national news with Denise Pellegrini. Hi, Denise. Make that Dan Schwartzman. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Joe. You've been talking about it. Everybody's been hearing on Bloomberg Radio. High Republican Jim Jordan not getting enough votes to be elected as House Speaker. As the first round of voting continues, stay tuned to Bloomberg Radio for more. This, of course, could go on all day long. Trucks carrying aid from Egypt have been unable to cross into Gaza today to supply Palestinians running out of water, medicine, and food supplies ahead of a widely expected Israeli ground invasion against Hamas. We get more from Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Tel Aviv.
One of the main focuses is going to be this border crossing in the south of Gaza, Rafah, that goes into Egypt for the aid that you just mentioned, literally hundreds of tons of aid that are just sitting there waiting to get through. We've heard from the Egyptians. We've heard from the Israelis. The Israelis have said that they want to create the conditions under which this aid can finally move through, but they said it's going to take time. Their main concern is that this aid gets taken and commandeered by Hamas, and they want to make sure that that does not happen.
That's Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Tel Aviv. Police in Brussels have shot and killed the suspect accused of killing two Swedish soccer fans yesterday. The 45-year-old Tunisian Abdesalem Lassoud pledged his allegiance to the Islamic State and claimed responsibility for the shooting on a social media post. Reports say Lassoud had sought asylum in Belgium in November of 2019. Russian President Vladimir Putin is in Beijing to help mark the 10-year anniversary of China's Belt and Road Initiative. The BRI project has expanded China's influence in poorer countries by helping to build infrastructure such as airports, roads, and public works. The project has also been criticized for saddling countries with enormous debt to Chinese companies. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Dan Schwartzman, and this is Bloomberg. Joe, back to you.
All right, Dan, I do appreciate it. Thanks for bringing us up to date in New York. We'll hear more from Dan coming up in hour 2 of Sound On as we keep an eye on the House floor with a failed vote, failed first round for Jim Jordan, waiting for a second round. And a really interesting moment here earlier today when Congresswoman Debbie Dingell was talking with reporters adjacent to the vote. They were preparing for this, talking about issues, the likelihood that Jim Jordan could win or so forth. And she talked about the moment of time that we're in, remembering, of course, the conflict in Israel as the president prepares to fly overseas tonight, the lack of a speaker, the need for resources. And she's been hearing from constituents, putting it in a way that Debbie Dingell would.
They don't understand the drama that they are watching here. They don't understand why it is happening, and they want to see us doing our jobs. If you come home to my district, which has one of the largest Jewish populations in the country and one of the largest Arab American and Palestinians, I've never seen it so divided. The fear and the hatred that's dividing this country is a danger to us in this country. Hate is a danger in this country. We've got to step up and start being leaders. Step up to this hate. Be ready to play the appropriate role in this country.
With some final thoughts now from our panel, Matt Bennett and Lisa Camuso-Miller. Matt, your thoughts hearing from Congresswoman Dingell, does that sense of urgency result in a speaker sooner than later?
I have no idea. As we've been discussing, that's really up to the Republicans. The Democrats are going to continue to vote for Hakeem Jeffries, as they should, and as they're expected to do. So the question is whether Republicans begin to feel any of the urgency that Debbie Dingell was talking about. I certainly think she's right. All the polling shows she's right. I don't know whether they feel it.
We only have 30 seconds, Lisa. What's your thought?
She's absolutely right. And in a previous time when Republicans had a strong sense of patriotism and allegiance across the globe, they would have been acting already. So no, the problem is that this is an entirely different Republican Party today than it used to be.
Fascinating conversation, as always, with Lisa Camuso-Miller, Reset Public Affairs, Matt Bennett at Third Way, as we watch this unfold in real time. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Hour 2 of Sound On starts right now.
Hi. How'd the switch over go?
It worked.
Now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
The Biden administration says we're making good on a long-held promise. Ballooning budget deficits in Washington. We're in a bizarro political world here.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Most people, including most Republicans in Congress, understand that we need to get aid to Ukraine.
Who's going to take us in a rational way into the future and lead our country?
This has really become kind of the new frontier in American politics, is this battle between red states and blue cities.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Jim Jordan fails on the first round. Welcome to Hour 2 of Sound On as the congressman falls short of the votes necessary to be the next Speaker of the House. There will be another round. We're waiting for that to be determined, and the future, of course, for the Republican conference in the U.S. House. We have a lot to talk about this hour, and we will do so with Kyle Kondik coming up from Sabato's Crystal Ball, the managing editor, author of The Long Red Thread. He'll be with us, of course, alongside Kaylee Lines. Later this hour, a special conversation with the CEO of Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, sitting down today with our own David Weston, and we'll talk a bit later on this hour with Nathan Dean from Bloomberg Intelligence about how new research shows a Speaker Jordan, in fact, increases the odds of a government shutdown next month. So let's get to it. As always, starting on Wall Street, we get an update on the markets now from New York, and Denise Pellegrini. Hi, Denise.
Thank you, Joe. And it is 2:01 on Wall Street. And we do, Joe, check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower this hour, stronger than expected retail sales and industrial production. Well, that is triggering some fresh interest rate concerns. Bob Dahl over at Crossmark Global, he says he doesn't think the Fed is done hiking interest rates, and he warns this is potentially extra dangerous because the previous rate hikes, he says, Joe, could still kind of bite us in the back.
More important than when if the Fed raises rates again is what about the impact from 0 to 5.25 in the last 18 months? We have not seen the full impact of that.
And Dahl with us there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. Investors also keeping a very close eye on the Republican efforts Joe has been talking about to get a new Speaker of the House voted in. When it looked like Jim Jordan was maybe getting a bit of momentum, stocks moved higher for a hot minute. Then when our Joe Matthew gave us that first word there that Jordan wasn't going to make it on the first vote, stock slipped. That's where we are right now. The Dow down 0.2% down 77 points. The S&P 500 down 0.3%, now down 13 points. The Nasdaq, it's down about 0.5%, now down 66 points. The yield on the 10-year creeping ever higher, 4.85% right now. That makes it pretty close to 4.9% when you think about it. COMEX gold, it is lower, but just fractionally right now, $19.19 an ounce. And crude oil, it's been lower all day, down about 0.3% for most of the day. That's where it is right now, $86.41 a barrel. Goldman Sachs shares down by about 2%. It beat on a couple revenue measures, but still second straight quarter of real estate write-downs dragging profit lower. Bank of America shares, though, those are up by more than 0.2%. Traders reporting their best third quarter results in more than a decade. Net interest income topped analyst estimates as the lender continues to reap the benefits of Federal Reserve rate hikes and volatile markets. And we're going to be asking Brian Moynihan all about this kind of thing in just a few minutes when he sits down with our David Weston. Meantime, we go back to our Joe Matthew for more on what's happening in Washington.
All right, Denise, thank you, and welcome to Hour 2 of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lines, joining the conversation as she usually does for Hour 2 of the program here with some real news. Kaylee, we thought we might be walking through this still at this point, but Jim Jordan has failed.
Yes.
In his quest to be Speaker in the first round. There's going to be a second, but a lot of folks are kind of surprised by the number of, I won't say no votes, but others. We got 20 members of the Republican conference picking someone else for Speaker.
Yeah, we knew he likely wasn't going to get it on the first round because there were a handful of Republicans who said they were no votes in Jordan. What we got, though, was not a handful, Joe. It was a sizable amount of the Republican conference, 20 individuals who decided not to vote for him. He has 16 votes realistically that he's going to need to flip if he wants to get the gavel. And the question now is, A, can he do that? And B, what does he need to give up to do it if he can indeed pull that off?
Yeah, 20 is a lot at this point.
It is.
Kevin McCarthy, producer James dug this up, lost 19 on his first round in January.
Yeah, he got 201.
And we know that went 15 rounds. No one thinks this is going 15. You get to the third round here, and patience will likely run pretty thin.
Well, it becomes a question, though, of the path forward, because if Jordan's still not there after 3 rounds, is it time for a more serious conversation about expanding the powers of Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McCarthy? Is it time to try to coalesce around someone new? It's very unclear what the conference would do at that point, and frankly, what Jim Jordan himself would do. How many rounds does he want to have to sit through?
Fascinating. Speaker McCarthy, former Speaker McCarthy, by that
Speaker Emeritus.
Kevin McCarthy, thank you, Emeritus.
Now the congressman from California.
James, he said it was the Democrats' fault, was that right? Oh, okay, we don't even need to play it, I guess. He got a couple of votes. Steve Scalise got a couple of votes. Lee Zeldin got a couple of votes. Yeah. And that's how we got to 20.
Yeah, 3 for Zeldin. 6 for McCarthy, 7 for Scalise, and then there were some others thrown in there as well. Emmer, Cole, Massey, Garcia. So it becomes a question, Joe, of if any of those members who voted for that group of individuals would vote for Jordan on the next ballot. And frankly, if any that voted for Jordan on the first ballot would also vote for him on the second. Just a lot of questions, more questions. And answers.
Look, everyone knew that there were going to be protest votes. Just get it out of your system on the first round. We're really not going to know where we stand until there's a second round, would be my thought on this.
And we don't know when that will be.
You might agree, but that could be 6 o'clock this evening, right? We know they're going to try to do it today. We're waiting for timing. Do you know something I don't know?
I don't know anything affirmative. But, Joe, when we thought there might be another vote this evening, I think was before Jordan knew what kind of margin realistically he was going to fail by.
With us from beautiful University of Virginia. Outside of the reach here of the swamp. Kyle, it's good to see you. What do you think 20 votes not for Jim Jordan tells you what about his chances of becoming Speaker?
But it seems kind of perilous for Jordan. And, one thing is it doesn't seem like he and his allies did a great job of expectation setting, because there was reporting in advance of this vote that maybe they were thinking there'd be like 8 or 10 holdouts, and it turns out there was double that, 20. certainly not the first time, and nor will be the last time that that vote counting may not be entirely up to snuff on in the House Republican side. And so, you just wonder if there's going to be another vote where Jordan is the main candidate, or if it's going to splinter. There was some talk in the past few days that Mike Johnson from Louisiana, who is certainly not a household name or anything, but that he might throw his hat in the ring if Jordan falls out. I don't know where this thing is going at this point, but I think that 20 no votes, that to me, again, I think it's a fairly bad outcome for Jordan on the first vote. We knew that he wasn't going to get it, but again, he's not necessarily within just twisting a few arms of getting there. He needs to twist, 15 arms to get there. And there's been some reporting indicating there were some people that were going to vote for Jordan on the first ballot, but might not vote for him on the second. So who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could see a whole bunch of things flipping around by the time we get to a second round, whenever that comes, Kyle. But when we talk about the composition of these 20 individuals who voted against Jordan, a number of them are those really vulnerable Republicans, the ones who represent districts that Biden won in 2020. Do you think any of them actually are ever going to be able to say, yes, I vote Jim Jordan for Speaker of the House?
I think it's going to be a hard ask, because they'd be committing to, a really ideologically conservative speaker, and they probably would also be committing to more fights down the line with the Democratic-controlled Senate and the Democratic-controlled White House over, a future shutdown. And I don't think these things matter all that much as we're talking now about the next election. But what if the House is just like a disaster zone for the next 12 months? Does there start to be sort of accumulating political baggage? Again, I still don't necessarily think so. I think the presidential election really sets the tone for the election next year. But, to the extent, there are only certain things that these House members can control. And one of them is, who do they support for Speaker? And, you did have a number, certainly not all of the most vulnerable House Republicans not vote for Jordan. Lori Chavez DeRemer of Oregon, Mike Lawler of New York, who's been one of the more prominent House Republicans and someone who's in a Biden district, beat Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee Chair Sean Patrick Maloney in a close race last year. Don Bacon from Nebraska, too. That's another, Biden won district. In fact, that district is actually worth an electoral vote, because that's how Nebraska does it. So, but those were only a handful of the members who didn't vote for Jordan. There also were some other folks who aren't from particularly competitive districts who didn't vote for Jordan. So it was a mixed bag amongst the 20 holdouts on Jordan.
Well, so when you pull out the lens a little bit there, with all of that said, Kyle, looking at, for instance, a congressman like Mike Lawler, how many hard no's, how many never Jordans are there? Do we have a sense of that?
I don't know, although it certainly seems like it's more than enough to prevent Jordan from being Speaker, at least as we're sitting here now. Again, if it was like 8 to 10 no votes, you could say, hey, well, they could get a few people to yes. But Jordan, again, it's been reported on in the lead up to this vote. He's not someone who's been successful at passing legislation in the past. He's not someone who has had to serve in leadership and been someone who has to twist arms to get votes. He's one of the guys who is sort of an outsider for a lot of his time in Congress. And so he may not have the sort of skills or willingness to make the compromises necessary to build a governing coalition. The trouble is for the Republicans is who is capable of doing that, given that the eventual speaker can only afford to lose 4 House Republican votes on the floor. It's different. Previous houses, certainly the way the Democrats handle it, if you win the internal caucus vote, you get all those votes on the floor. You get almost all those votes on the floor. The Republicans just aren't behaving that way, and they kind of have to be unified in order to actually elect a speaker, because they're not getting any Democratic votes, at least not for someone like Jim Jordan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a really tough job, and it makes you wonder why anyone would want it in the first place. And Jim Jordan, as of 2 weeks and a day ago, Joe, was telling you he didn't want to be Speaker. And here he finds himself. You were talking there, Kyle, about his kind of rather lack of a legislative record. What we know Jim Jordan for is not for passing bills on the floor and working in a bipartisan manner. He's known for other things, being a conservative firebrand in many senses, and also his allegiance and alignment with former President Donald Trump, who endorsed him in the Speaker race back when it was still Jordan versus Scalise. If he can't make it work on the floor, what does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
You got to remember too that Steve Scalise did beat Jordan in the sort of the earlier vote within the conference, but then it became clear that Scalise was not going to have the votes on the floor, and so then things moved toward Jordan, even though he lost the earlier vote. So, but the point is that it wasn't like Trump has just been able to get all the Republicans to vote for Jordan. Again, Jordan lost the earlier vote, and then it doesn't have the votes on the floor now.
You wonder what the situation in Israel does, what the threat of a shutdown does, these urgent issues that lawmakers are facing, urgent requests for funding, our own budget. Kyle, do any of these add up? We're about to hear from Brian Moynihan at Bank of America when we're done talking. He's, of course, concerned about these, as are voters. Do any of these add up to hasten the end of this saga?
Well, I mean, look, we had this, the events in Israel, that was more than a week ago. The speaker impasse has lasted longer than that. And that has not yet produced an impetus to produce a speaker. And so I don't necessarily know if future events will. We do have a shutdown looming potentially next month. And if the House can't even organize, how do they pass something to prevent that from happening? So again, the Republicans are trying to hash this stuff out, but I mean, the clock is ticking on not just this looming potential shutdown, but also other important tasks that the House needs to consider.
Kyle, it's good to see you. Thanks for checking in with us today. As always, great analysis from Kyle Kondik at Sabatos Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia. A steady hand here, but it's interesting, Kaylee, when you talk to people of experience, people who have been around this town for a while, people who've covered politics for a while, they're all saying the same thing. This is completely unheard of, uncharted territory.
Yeah, well, of course, the reason we're in this position in the first place is because a sitting Speaker of the House was ousted by 8 members of his own party. Though the man presiding over the election of a speaker is a speaker pro tem. This is an untested position that Patrick McHenry is in. So much of this has just never been seen before. And of course, it follows the 15 rounds of voting it took to elect a speaker in January, which hadn't been seen in centuries?
Yes.
I believe. And we'll see how close we get to that 15 number in rounds of votes this time around, Joe.
And over 100 years since the motion to vacate.
Yeah.
It's been, or at least one that succeeded. It's been quite remarkable. I can't imagine what Brian Moynihan is going to have to say about all of this. Kaylee, clearly these are issues that impact a CEO on his level. He's sitting down with David Weston right now, and a conversation that we want to bring you as part of our coverage here from Washington. Bloomberg's David Weston, of course, the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week, sitting down with Bank of America Chairman and CEO Brian Moynihan. We'll talk more about this with Kaylee Lyons on the other side. Let's listen live on Bloomberg.
For our Bloomberg television and radio watchers all around the world, we welcome now Brian Moynihan. He is the Chair and CEO of Bank of America. So, Brian, thanks so much for joining us. We just said you beat across the board. You surprised everybody across the board. Congratulations on that. But let me ask about what comes next, because I noticed that you gave a bit of guidance into 2024. Recently, you've been doing it quarter by quarter. Do you feel like you have a little more visibility into the future than you have in the past?
Yes, David, thank you. So the team did a great job this quarter, $7.8 billion of earnings year to date, $23 billion plus in earnings, a return on tangible common equity of 15% this quarter, market share growth in a bunch of business, organic growth around the company. But what gives us confidence to think of it? You're talking mostly about NII in terms of future guidance. If you think about it, where we see, we said we'd do $14.2 billion in the third quarter this year. We did $14.5 billion. We said we'd hold at $14 billion for the fourth quarter. And what we told people is, as you look forward, given the rate curve, the forward rate curve, what's going to happen with rates, we see that $14 billion plus or minus bouncing along for a couple of quarters and it's starting to grow from that. Why does that happen? We've seen our deposit base in the commercial businesses start to grow again after 6 quarters of basically being flat. We see it in the wealth management business for the last few months, basically running steady at about $295 billion. And we see in the consumer business a little spend down the accounts on some of the core side, but overall outperforming the market, and that's a very valuable base with $500 billion of checking in it. So that says that $1.9 trillion of deposits we have are good. The loans, flat this quarter, but good growth on consumer, which frankly has more yield to it. So we expect that. And as that comes together, we'd expect to see NII sort of pick up in the second half of the year. And that coupled with the expense discipline we have, is a good path forward.
Brian, talk about that deposit base, which is so important for net interest income. You added, I think it was like 200,000 new checking accounts and 1 million credit cards, 1,000,001 credit cards. Where are those coming from? Are you taking market share from someplace, or just more people coming to the market? Where are they coming from?
Well, we do really well with young, the consumer business, American business, but we do really well with young Americans. And so we keep adding a higher percentage of accounts for young people. And so it comes from America. And so it is taking market share. These are primary checking accounts in a household, 92% plus, average balance about 10,000 in them. So it's a very strong checking base. And that account growth of 900,000 for the last 4 quarters, 1 million in the 4 quarters before that, those numbers are net growing to 37 million Americans use our company for their core consumer checking business. And that's a great group of customers, high customer satisfaction, high employee satisfaction in that area, and it all works, and it produces $980 billion of deposits in consumer.
Brian, in the past, you've talked about the non-interest-bearing accounts, the deposits you have that you don't have to really pay interest on. I wonder about that. You seem to be doing a bit better than maybe your competition does. Do you have some pressure? Because as you see those rates go up, you must have some people, at least on the margin, saying, you know what, I can get some interest someplace.
And they did, and that's why our deposits have moved down. So if you think about our wealth management business, they probably peaked at 50, 60 billion higher, and a lot of that money moved to the market. And I heard in your last segment, our customers at Merrill Lynch are holding the highest amount of cash and treasuries and things that they've held, up $300 or $400 billion over the last couple of years, and that money is waiting to come back in the market when things stabilize. So, and that business happened. In the commercial business, you saw that go out, and then you saw it build back, and that's starting to grow again at the $500 billion level. In the consumer, the consumers that have investment cash that they don't need to conduct their day-to-day operations, they have moved that into the higher yielding savings accounts or even in the market. And so, if you look at the upper levels of deposit, average deposit balances in 50,000, 60,000 and above, those are actually down from the pre-pandemic. And the reason why is that money went in the market. It didn't disappear. They just moved it to other things. The core transaction base is coming in and out. The paycheck comes in every 2 weeks or every week or every month. It goes through, pays all the bills, and then comes in again. That is really hard to position, because my position and my bills go through and I don't have the cash in the account. So it's a different business, and it's a business which we do for companies and wealthy people and consumers, but it's a big consumer business for us, and it continues to grow and grow well.
So Brian, you have such a vantage point into the consumers across the country, and you said that you're starting to see that slow some as we go into the end of the year. Do you have any expectations through the end of the year into 2024? Will it continue to slow?
So let's think about 2 or 3 things there. One is just, what are the consumers doing with the money they have in their accounts? And in a given year, we will have $4 trillion that will be spent by our consumers on debit card, credit card purchases, Zelle payments, checks written, money out of the ATMs, and all the different forms they spend in. That $4 trillion in 21 to 22 grew at 9%. Year to date, for the first 4 or 5 months of the year, I would have been telling you in the second quarter, it's still growing strong at like 8%. It's now down to 4 to 5% in the year to date, and about 4.5% in the month of September, and in the month of October, consistent with that. The consumer has been slowing down their spending because interest rates take a toll, because as rates went up on their floating rate loans, their home equity loans, or other things that float, credit cards, or frankly, new car purchases, the rates are higher. Though there are mortgages getting done, those rates are higher. That slows down the restart of student loans. All those slow down their ability to spend on other things. They have to shift spending around. And on top of that, frankly, they're looking ahead, saying, hey, I hear things are going to be bouncing around a little bit. I'll spend a little less. And then the third thing is, they've taken, they bought the goods they bought during COVID. They bought the new couch and stuff. They don't need to buy another one now. They've taken the trips, and now they're back into their core activity. And so as you put all that together, it's slowed by half. And what is spending rate at the year-over-year growth is consistent with 2% inflation and below 2% GDP growth. It is the same, that rate of 4% or so is what we had in 17, 18, and 19 as the economy kind of ended into an equilibrium. So frankly, the Fed has won the battle with the American consumer, and they're slowing down. And then the question is, what happens next? I can't predict, but this this is a $4 trillion base, $300 to $400 billion a month. So think about it. It's hard to move around a lot. So once it slows this level, it's probably not going to kick right back up.
So, Brian, how much of a vantage point do you have into where the consumer, the household stands? Because there was a lot of talk about essentially excess savings come out of the pandemic because a lot of the checks that were being written to individuals and the dry powder, if you will, and drawing down on it. Do you have a sense of how much has been drawn down on it? And a second question is, to what extent is real wage increase maybe replacing some of that?
Well, that's the thing. So if you look, inflation's tough, especially on median income households in terms of goods and services. Goods are a harder part of what they buy. Groceries are a bigger number, gas prices are a bigger number, and it's very difficult. And that's what the pressure you see in some of the consumer sentiment. That's one issue. But if you look at it in a broad aggregate sense, what you see with this kind of spending rate is a consumer that's healthy. If you look in the accounts, especially in accounts median income 75,000 and under that had average balances before the pandemic, there's still multiples, but they're trickling down. And so the rumors that they were going to be spent down by this Christmas of 22 is what people were saying last year. They're going to be overspent. Didn't happen. Then it was going to happen by early this year. Didn't happen. When it was going to happen by the fall this year. Didn't happen. And now it's starting to happen slowly. But at this rate, it'll still be many more months. The thing about that is, you pointed out, is for the first couple of years after the pandemic, the wages rose quickly, and then inflation caught up. And if you look at multi-years, it's more in sync. Recently, it's upside down, and the wage growth has slowed down as employers have been more conservative, and the Great Resignation's gone out of the system. So you're kind of at an equilibrium across multiple years. Right now, you feel more upside down, and then by income strat, it's a little different, and that will then slow the consumer down. That's what we're seeing.
From what you've seen, are you anticipating more delinquencies and defaults as we get into 2024 on the consumer side?
We have seen the early stage delinquencies in consumer are below where they were in 19. And the problem with saying that is we say they're normalized in 19, everything's, oh my gosh. The reality is 2019, I think, was like a 40-year low in delinquencies and charge-offs in our company's history. So we're normalizing to a level that is very low. The consumer is still very strong. The delinquency and charge-off rates in the card business and in the mortgage business, we have no charge-offs. Home equity have recoveries. It's the auto business. We're a prime lender. We have $1 trillion of loans, and we continue to drive that growth. But we've always been a prime lender. The consumer side, that's half our portfolio, and the commercial side, we're a very good commercial lender. So whether it's wherever it is, the consumer is in very good shape in terms of because they're employed and earning money. And so our delinquencies are normalizing because out of the pandemic they went really low, and there was all the special programs and student loan deferrals and all that went on. They're normalized, but they're normalizing to places still very low. And so the charge-offs continue to come up a little bit, but to a number that we used to charge off every quarter and nobody asked about. I think it was great results.
Brian, we've been talking about the consumer and deposits. Let's talk about the global markets business that you have, because you also had some very reassuring, encouraging numbers on things like trading, on things like investment banking. A few years ago, you and I talked, and you expressed some dissatisfaction, thinking that you needed to do more in that area, maybe grow your balance sheet, take some risks. Where are you in that process? Is there more still to come for Bank of America in investing in that business?
Well, our former colleague, Tom Montag, 4 or 5 years ago said we need to grow this business. We got in great shape. Let's do it. He's retired. Jimmy DeMar took over the business and started running it 3 or 4 years ago, and he's basically taken that investment strategy and delivered on it. And so they had one of the best quarters they've had. They consistently up about 25%, versus pre-pandemic years average. They're doing it the right way. Made money every trading day. A lot more stable revenues and financing and things like that help it. The equities business at 1.6 billion, for a long time it was $1 billion, $1 billion, and now it's fundamentally moved to a different level. Good performance on the fixed income business, rounding out the capabilities. So Jim and the team have done a great job, and they delivered, and they keep, working themselves up the ladder in market share, quarter after quarter after quarter, because this business is not easy, and a lot of people are quitting it, a lot of people are reshaping it. But for those of us that have this worldwide platform that's well managed, it is a chance to continue to grow, and we'll continue to dedicate resources to it.
Well, on the
investment banking side, I'm sorry, David. On the investment banking side, because you mentioned that, Matthew Coder runs that business for us, and we were basically flattish in the market that was down 20%. two or three reasons. One is the team's doing a great job of serving the clients well. But secondly, we're playing off our advantages, whether it's what we call EGRC, think middle market investment banking, or whether it's some of our industry groups that are just doing a great job. Matthew's been able to hold share even though the market's down, and the pipeline is full. And we think that you could see the transaction just before I got on. There was another transaction rumor in the market that I heard your colleague speaking about. So activity is starting to take place. It is not where it was, before the market started, the rates started rising and stuff. But if it gets anywhere back that, you'll see us go from this $1.1 billion level quickly up to 1.5, 1.6, and then we'll see where it goes from there. And the team does a good job. But importantly in that business, remember, we have corporate lending and GTS, Global Transaction Services, cash management, so-called. And its revenues were up 15, 20% year over year, and it just drove the profit of the business, the pre-tax, pre-provision profit.
So, Brian, you took us exactly where we wanted to go, which was investment banking, particularly middle market, because you said that that's an area you think you can continue to grow. And I wonder, as you look to possibly grow that, maybe invest, is part of that looking for middle level and senior people that you might bring in as laterals, I would call them?
We will do that, but frankly, what we did is Matthew took about 100 people, around 90, 100 people out of the industry-led investment banking into the middle market, and the team has done a great job over there. So he migrated them over there, and I said earlier, that's like, say, 190, 200. I said they could go to 400. There's a lot of capacity to grow there. And Wendy Stewart, who has that middle market client base of tens of thousands of customers, and Raul and I has the 50 million under revenue companies, they have a lot of capacity to use. And just this quarter, we had a $50 million increase among that middle market customer base increase. And it'll be 25, 30% of all the investment banking revenues in the business. And so it's a very strong area for us, but we can grow we'll hire people from the outside if we need them, but the reality is, and we always do that, but the reality is we have a lot of teammates we could redeploy. As certain areas are slow, we redeployed those teammates to areas that we knew we could grow. And by the way, it's a major investment business to do that. We have not done layoffs and things like that in our company generally, and not investment banking. We just have repositioned the people and sent them after clients that we think we can be successful with.
Brian, one of the changes that looks like it's coming to your business is increased reserve requirements. There's a proposal out there, comments coming in. And I wonder what your views on that, and specifically, assuming they go through in something like the form we're seeing right now, how much would it change your business, how you do your banking?
Well, so let's start a couple things. One is the rules were proposed. There's a comment period that closed end in November, and you've seen in the market, and you've seen in the press. Obviously the industry's got a lot of comments coming. Our trade associations, our individual companies, a lot of things we think should be changed for the good of the American economy. That's one thing. The second thing is the American banking system has tremendous capital and capabilities, as you see in the stress tests and all the way we've tested that in the real world and the stress world. And our company fares better in a stress test than it appears to. So that's the backdrop. What it really means, though, if you take the rules as proposed today without any modification and or what we call optimization, our risk-weighted assets today are $1.63 trillion. You'd have about an increase of 20% to $1.95 trillion. Interestingly enough, at the end of the third quarter, our CET1, our Common Equity Tier 1 capital, what counts as the numerator in this case, is $194 billion. And our requirement beginning next January is 10%. So 10% times 1.95 trillion is 195 billion. So we actually have the capital in the company, number one. Number two, we're actually earning a 15% return on tangible common equity on that capital today. So we would have to build a little buffer of maybe 10 billion more. But frankly, the team does a great job of the capital. Is this capital needed? I would say it wasn't needed yesterday. I don't know why it's needed tomorrow. Do we have time to phase into it? Yes, if the rules get adopted, it'll be a 3-year phase in the current rule. Maybe we'll see what comes out of it. Will it be changed? I hope so. But the reality is, from a Bank of America perspective, it's not like we need to retain extra capital or do other things to get there, because we have the capital in the company today through the great work of the team.
If something goes through like what we've seen so far, understanding it may be modified through the comment period, would it affect your competitiveness? And if so, with whom? Is it with banks from overseas? Is it with non-banks? How might it hinder your competitiveness in the marketplace?
So they're all of the above, but let's think about that. That in the U.S., relative to European banks and others, if you look at a bank our size in Europe, you look at the largest bank in all the countries, they have what we call an RWA intensity, i.e. the RWA risk-weighted assets percentage of the total assets is about half ours. And so for half the capital, they get a higher capital ratio. That seems counterintuitive because they do the same business as we do, as our company does, especially with middle market lending, consumer banking, wealth management, and capital markets and large corporate banking. So that seems odd. That means it's uncompetitive for the banks. Well, people say, well, do we really care about that? So what? We have more capital. That means we're safer and sounder. What that really means, though, is a mid-sized company in Europe who is a supplier in the auto businesses in Europe and will be able to supply in Europe and around the world with a lower cost of borrowing because you can make the same return on half the capital by charging less interest. If you come over to the U.S., say you have two companies making bumpers for cars, you're going to find out that the cost of borrowing in the U.S. is higher. That means the cars, that middle market company that supplies that materials may not be as competitive. That's what we got to be careful of. So a lot of people, when we say it isn't competitive, think it's about ourselves or my peers and the other big banks. No, this is about the ability to lend downstream, and that's what we're saying is a competitive risk. Then you take the point you made about us vis-a-vis the non-bank. Half of all the asset classes that banks lend against, mortgages, credit cards, commercial, are outside the banking system. And so if you keep raising capital requirements, what you do is you push the activity out. And as you push that activity out, you can't regulate it and see it. So, while people are worried about commercial real estate, what you're reading a lot about lenders, quote, taking back the keys are not in the banking system. They're outside the banking system because that business is half outside the banking system. That's not altogether good. It's not a bad thing to be able to distribute that risk. We've always done it. But you got to be careful about it. If it goes too far, then you have unregulated participants outside the industry carrying on a lot of activity. And if it isn't handled right, it impacts the broader economy and you can't touch it. So that's a second way to think about competitiveness.
Brian, I'm mindful that you've been there 10 years now running Bank of America, and you've always had as a hallmark responsible growth. Explain the growth from here on out from your point of view. Where does that come from? Where do you devote resources, maybe take some resources away from some other part of the organization to drive the next phase of growth for Bank of America?
Look, at the end of the day, it's been 14 years, David. Time flies when we're having fun. But we started the responsible growth about a decade ago, and that was about making sure after the financial crisis and all the retooling had to be done that we focused on growth. And responsible growth means you got to grow, no excuses. You got to do it the right way with risk, client focus, and you got to be sustainable. It's got to be growth that can stick to the ribs. That's what we do. And so as we look forward, the growth's going to come from more clients and more done with each client. So this today, in our earnings materials, we talked about 11,000 net new clients in the wealth management business, or 1,100 new commercial clients, more than we did all last year. Or we talk about the 10,000 referrals that went out of the private bank to other parts of the company. All these different statistics are all about driving that. Now, where do we have great opportunity? Think about our merchant business. We bought the piece in a few years ago, took a charge to bring it in, restructured the business, and now we're out selling. The sales are up 20%. Think about our 401k and other retirement businesses. We're number 6 in the business. We can grow that. Think about our GTS cash management business, just infinitely scalable across the globe. A lot to do internationally on that. We do a lot already. We can do more. And then think, so as you think about all these different products, we have places where we're number 6. In the core businesses, we're 1, 2, or 3. That doesn't mean they can't grow. That means if you look at our consumer business, which is the largest retail consumer business in the country, it's still growing year over year. 10% more investment accounts, another 1 million checking accounts, which is 3% growth in a big, huge book. And that just plays and comes right across where we have less branches, less people, less technology, but very valuable teammates when customers need that source, but we use that digital to drive it. And so we have lots of room for growth in every area. Even that middle market investment bank I talked about earlier. Again, 25-30% of the activity could be 50-60% of the activity and help us grow. We can see the clients, we can see what we can do, and we just got to get after it.
Brian, finally, a couple of broader questions here. We're all mindful of what's going on right now in the Middle East with Israel and Hamas, and that's after Ukraine. There's a lot of geopolitical conflict around the world. Does that affect your business at Bank of America? How do you internalize that? How do you adjust to that, if at all?
Well, we have teammates in Israel. We had an office, and the teammates talked to us on the phone today to a group of senior leaders. And so the first thing we do is have to make sure our teammates are safe. And more broadly across our 200,000 teammates, other teammates have relatives and family that were hurt in the initial attack. And, so it's a tough situation, but that's where we always go first. Stabilize, make sure our teammates are getting all the support they can have. Then we do work with humanitarian organizations to provide broader relief. But if you think about it more from the volatility in the markets and more from the outcome, look, you've got wars on two places going now, and these are all, this adds the volatility and adds the movement in the markets and adds the day-to-day movement. But at the end of the day, these are huge human crises going on that we hope solve. We aren't sure they will, but we have to run the company given that we got to be ready for anything that comes at us, and geopolitical risk is a major risk for the company faces on a given day.
And as you say so correctly, it's first and foremost a humanitarian tragedy, really, a horror going on. This is not so much a humanitarian tragedy, but what's going on in Washington right now. Same question. Is it affecting you? Because we're looking at the prospect of possibly a government shutdown again in November, and they seem to have some dysfunction. That's a political issue. That's not your job. But could it affect the economy? Could it affect Bank of America?
Look, the government running smoothly is sort of an assumed outcome, in the United States, and anything that gets in the way of that is not a good thing. And so the ebbs and flows of the needs for funding and operations shutting down or threatening shutting down, none of that's good, and everybody knows that, and that's why they keep trying to figure out ways to move it down the road and have the political argument they want to have about the policies embedded in those budgets, which are, that's what they're there for. They're supposed to have those arguments, but you want the rest of the bank, the rest of the operations. So you got millions of federal employees are affected by it. So we approach a government shutdown, the many that have occurred over time that we've been around, because we've been around since 1784, so this is not a new concept for us. But we've approached it the same way we approach any other disaster. First, the employees of the government, we waive fees and payments and everything to make sure they're fine. And then we basically then try to work to ensure that we have the risk covered. We have to worry about, impact on markets. And so we analyze that, we get ready for it, and we have teams that are ready to go at any given moment. Anything that has the United States not be the most stable place on earth is just not a good thing. And so, but you have to divorce the real political process away from the operations, which we just need the government to be paying its bills and functioning, and they can have the argument over size of budgets and everything. That's what they're supposed to do, but we need to make sure that we don't have an accident on the other side, and that's the thing we got to be careful of.
Well, when you mention stability, I really am mindful of what's been going on with actually yields in the bond market, which has been pretty volatile recently for all sorts of the reasons that you identified, actually, including geopolitical. Is that something that we should be concerned about, the degree of volatility in the bond market?
You've had guests talking about it in a day-to-day. It moves, if you don't like it today, look tomorrow as like the statement about the New England weather, because it was 480, almost 5, then down to 460, and then back up to 480 and up today. So it bounces around, but that's just the ebb and flows of people in the market trying to figure out, the day-to-day trading. Longer term, the Fed is going to hold rates higher for longer. What our team, Candace Browning-Platt, the team with the great research team, believe that the cuts they have in their models are 2 or 3 next year and 4 the year after. So that's 175 basis points off of the level it is now, still above 4. That is higher for longer. Went through from 2010 till 19, and it never got up to that level. And in fact, at the end of 19, if you remember, the Fed started cutting rates to push the economy. So they're mindful of the impact. But the idea is to have inflation at target as opposed to longing for it, which is what many Fed governors many Fed chairs had to do, and many central bankers on the world. They kept saying, "Oh, if only we had inflation." Now you have it. Now you got to manage it down, but you got to be careful you don't overshoot, and that's the challenge. So the rates will reflect the geopolitical, or reflect their view of the rate curve. They're clear about where they're going. I think they're more done than not. Everybody thinks that. But even when they talk about higher for longer, it means a rate curve coming down to support the normalization of growth. And that's consumer spending we see. That says maybe this is coming down faster than they think.
Brian, can't thank you enough. Thank you so much for your time. That's Brian Moynihan. He's Chair and CEO of Bank of America.
All right, and thanks to Bloomberg's David Weston for a fascinating conversation. As always, this is Bloomberg Sound On. Thanks for joining us on the radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Global News. The cameras are lit. As Kaylee Lines joins us in the studio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Covered a lot of ground there, Kaylee. It's always fascinating when these two take the deep dive, because it was everything from what we're covering here in Washington to, of course, the banking industry, and then back to everything we're covering here in Washington when it comes to regulations.
Absolutely. We know that banks like Bank of America are facing the risk of higher capital requirements. In part, this is a result of the bank failures we saw earlier this year. In part, it's because the Fed had been working on the end game to tighten up a lot of these things. What is interesting is Moynihan said they actually already have enough if you look at their numbers from the quarter they just reported. But he did say, He hopes that it will be changed. He thinks these new rules will curb competition overseas. Clearly, he, along with pretty much every other bank CEO that we've heard from, doesn't really like the regulatory proposals, but seems to be suggesting that if they indeed go through, Bank of America can handle it just fine.
So Nathan Dean is with us. Pretty good timing as well coming out of that conversation and having witnessed what we already have. We should let everyone know, by the way, if you're just joining us, Jim Jordan failed in the first round of voting to be speaker, and we don't know when the second round is going to happen. That could be later today, Kaylee. Maybe it's tomorrow. We're truly figuring this out as we go here, and something that we're going to talk about with Nathan as well. Bloomberg Intelligence U.S. Policy Senior Analyst. It's good to see you, sir. Thanks for coming in on what I know is a very busy day for you. To Kaylee's point, to what extent is Brian Moynihan speaking for the industry?
Absolutely. I mean, he is speaking for the industry. I mean, we've seen the same statements from J.P. Morgan as well. I mean, this idea that the Basel III endgame proposal is going to raise capital requirements 19% in an era where rates are high and the economic uncertainty and so forth like that. And the message from the banks is that we're already wide capitalized. Why are you doing this now? We've actually seen statements from moderate Democrats, and we've seen statements from certain policymakers that his concerns are actually bleeding a little bit more into Washington. And I think that the Fed is playing somewhat a little defensive game at the moment, because you've talked about the Basel III impact on mortgage lending. You talk about tax incentives on climate change. You know, this risk weighting of assets recalibration has a lot of unintended consequences that will come out of this. And we just saw this speech from Fed Vice Chair Michael Barr just last week defending the proposal. I think that defending is going to continue, and we're certainly going to see tweaks, I think, coming out of this, because they need this done next year, or else they run risk not getting it done at all.
So when Brian Moynihan said just moments ago, will it be changed? I hope so. You think indeed it is likely that there will be some changes?
Absolutely. I think there's going to be tweaks to it. Probably not enough to keep Mr. Moynihan and Mr. Diamond happy, but I think there are going to be tweaks to it. His point about how the Basel III endgame could push lending into the non-bank sector, well, that's something else the regulators have to grapple with, because I think that's absolutely what would happen here, maybe not to a material impact, but just to a small impact, and that runs counterintuitive to what the work over at the Financial Stability Oversight Council is doing at the moment. They're concerned about non-bank financial firms. So I think that there's this holistic review that the Fed has to take. They're getting all these comments here, and then eventually they're going to do these tweaks, because if you remember, when they put this proposal out, Jerome Powell did not give a statement that said, I fully agree with this. He gave a statement that said, I'm voting for this, but I still have some questions. And to me, that says those questions need to be answered.
Wait, there's a lot here to talk about. Does he strike you as a man who's worried about Washington? We seem like we're reaching new levels of, well, they're crazy, but they'll figure it out, to this might really be the definition of dysfunction.
So I actually had a chat with a equity strategist yesterday, and I asked this person that question, what about Washington keeps you up at night? And the answer was that...
How much time do you have?
Well, the answer was, in an era of crisis, I need Washington to be my mom or dad and to protect me. And if I don't know that my mom or dad are going to be there to protect me, that worries me. It's not something that they can actually say that this specific, dysfunction is going to impact this equity or this stock or whatever, but it's just this general uneasiness. And that's where I think the investors are at the moment. Now, what my response to the clients is that, look, we don't know who the speaker is going to be. We don't know how this process plays out, but we do have a finite number of bills that have to pass between now and the 2024 elections. And those bills always get voted and passed with bipartisan support. Now, there'll be lots of pain to go through that, but ultimately, the economic impact of a shutdown, the 35-day shutdown under the Trump administration was $3 billion. So the optimist in me tells me that a lot of this is noise and the process may play out. The pessimist in me says, Mom and Dad's just not going to be there.
Yeah, or to put it in the words of Brian Moynihan, anything that has the U.S. not be the most stable place on earth is not a good thing. And I think it would be a pretty hard argument to make that the U.S. is the most stable place on earth when we don't have a functioning House of Representatives at the moment. Mom's missing. Dad, maybe, if you call it the Senate. One of the two. We're a single-parent household at the moment. When we talk, though, about the shutdown risk you were just talking about, Nathan, even if Jim Jordan becomes the speaker, you say always these things ultimately end up passing in a bipartisan manner, and yet Jim Jordan doesn't really have a record of passing legislation in a bipartisan
I think it's zero. But.
Right. So I just wonder how that changes the risk in your view.
So Bloomberg News put out a great piece about Jim Jordan yesterday, and I'm going to steal their language. It said, activist, not legislator. And what we mean here is that if we get Jim Jordan and he's the activist speaker, you're in for a really long shutdown. Now, what does that mean? Well, probably for the first month or so, if this is November 17th, it bleeds into January 1st. I don't think the economic impacts are going to be all that great. If it goes into 2024, SNAP benefits are at risk. So if you have a grocery store exposure, that could be something to worry about. But also, please remember that Bloomberg News was also saying that, there was this idea of a clean CR that puts us into April, then the 1% automatic cuts. If the Republicans are united on that front, the shutdown threat is actually quite low, and then it gets translated to April. So there's different scenarios that can play out here, and the challenge is trying to predict them because I think they just decide on where they want to go on a moment's notice.
Boy, this, of course, could all change as the chaos spirals, right? We didn't expect to see what we saw today with Jim Jordan, 20, effectively no votes. Could be worse on a second round. Maybe we're feeling for a third or a fourth name at some point. Does that change the calculation?
Well, I mean, obviously it does in the long term. I mean, I think if you look at the immediate next steps, what needs to happen? Israel-Ukraine aid, the government shutdown. We've seen this idea of maybe Patrick McHenry becomes more of a speaker pro temp with expanded powers for 15-day increments.
You running odds on that?
No, because we're not there yet. I mean, I think that's something that's got to happen, later. But
can I put in as a client a request for that?
You can.
I would love to.
You can.
I know you're hearing from a lot of us.
Exactly. But, I think the bigger concern from the investment point of view is, okay, we've talked about Israel, Ukraine, government funding. What about all those other bills? I don't want to say they have a chance of passage, but there's this feasibility of passage that people are actually running, investment portfolios off of a specific bill. Think safe banking, think crypto. There's a technology data child protection bill out there. And so those bills actually get harmed the longer this dysfunction actually plays out, because then you run into losing the momentum, and then you run into 2024, an election year. And if this dysfunction continues, that election year mindset is going to speed up, because eventually people are just going to say, hey, I need to protect myself. I need to protect my seat. Let's start running for Congress again.
All right, Nathan, we want to add another voice into the conversation now. Jonathan Tamari of Bloomberg Government is joining us, I believe, from Capitol Hill. So, Jonathan, do we have any sense of what's happening for the rest of the day? Are we going to get a second vote by the end of this Tuesday?
I don't think we know that yet. I think there's a strong inclination that there will be some second vote to kind of see how many people basically hold firm in their opposition to Jim Jordan and how many were kind of protest votes. We've heard from at least one Republican who said he voted against Jim Jordan on the first ballot, but will vote for him on the second ballot. But I think that even he and his allies are trying to figure out exactly when and how they're going to hold their next vote at this moment.
So the question is, I guess, whether it's late today or maybe another noontime vote tomorrow, Jonathan, is there a feeling that he performed weaker than expected, that we have 20 votes to make up and not a lot of time?
Absolutely. Leading up to today, the word from Jordan supporters was, well, it'll be like 8 to 10 people who oppose him. Well, we're looking at double that. And he's in a worse position than Kevin McCarthy was in January, when Kevin McCarthy took 15 rounds to become the speaker. And he was really the consensus candidate. There's a lot of people who are supporting Jim Jordan kind of reluctantly to try to get past this and get any speaker in place. And he's still fairly far from the goal. So while we've heard from, like I said, one Republican who's going to flip for Jordan, there is a concern that a lot of people who don't like Jordan might say, well, if he's not going to get it or if he's not that close, I'm going to vote against him too, and we can maybe move on to somebody else.
Interesting. But do we have a sense, Jonathan, of at what point they will hit the kind of moving on, we've had enough, got to just try something new? I mean, it seems like the idea going into this was that Jim Jordan is ready to tough it out and go as many rounds as he needs to. I guess it's just a question of whether the rest of the conference is going to be with him on that.
Yeah, and that's what Jordan's really close ally, Scott Perry, just told us. He said, listen, he's a former wrestler. He can go as many rounds as it takes. And that's certainly what Kevin McCarthy did early this year. So there is a possibility he'll do that. We know that Jordan has been very aggressive in using kind of grassroots conservative voices to pressure holdouts, in using conservative media to pressure these holdouts. So I think they're hoping that that pressure will crack some of the opposition. I think as far as whether they move on, I think it would take it would depend on what happens in this next vote, and we'll see where the momentum is. If 5 people flip in Jordan's favor and suddenly he's a little bit closer, then I think he maybe keeps pushing and tries to little by little chip away at the opposition. If it goes the other direction and suddenly he goes from 20 no's to 25 no's, well, then that's a sign that maybe he can't get there. And then I think he would have a tougher question to answer.
Jonathan Tamari is on Capitol Hill. Nathan Dean is with us here in the Bloomberg newsroom in Washington. If Jim Jordan can't pull this off, let's say it's 3 or 15 rounds, and we start thinking, all right, well, who else then? Do we get more serious about the Patrick McHenry idea, if only as a caretaker, a 30 to 90-day speakership?
So I think, like Jonathan was saying, we're just not there yet, and it's not going to be there yet for a while, because if you are one of 5 or 6 members of the Republican caucus and you vote for a bipartisan agreement and so forth, you may not be able to call yourself a Republican in the eyes of the rest of the party. So that's a step that they need to they'll take if their backs are against the actual political wall. You know, we've seen other other candidates trying to merge. There was a vote for Tom Emmer out there that could have been a signal vote saying, look, I just want to leave this out here to the idea. But, again, like what Jonathan was saying, Jim Jordan is a fighter, and it's not in his blood to say that I'm just going to pack up and go home. So I think this will play out for a couple more days. I heard a Democratic lawmaker just say last week that he thinks this could go 30 days. So, it's just one of those situations where this is uncharted waters. And so the markets are just trying to plow around and see what's happening.
Don't tell Kaylee she's going up there 30 days of this. That's not fair. It's not fair right now.
It never ends.
It
never ends in Washington. Yeah, Jonathan.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I was saying if we go 30 days, we're going right up against a shutdown. November 17th is the deadline for funding the government. So that shows the stakes here, along with the president's desire and the Senate's desire to get more aid to Israel. All that is on hold while this goes on.
Oh, God, right. James reminds us that's 1 month from today.
Yeah. Okay. So the clock is definitely ticking, but it also raises the question I have, Jonathan, on where the Democrats are in this, knowing that the Democrats are also a factor here, 212 of them voting for Hakeem Jeffries. If this gets drawn out further, do we start to have more serious conversations about some kind of coalition, or is that just still really unlikely at this point?
Well, I think both of those are true. I think that the Democrats will have more serious conversations with some Republicans about trying to find some kind of coalition. But I still also think that's very unlikely. I think there's a lot of Republicans, even moderate Republicans, who oppose that idea, to say we were elected to be the majority, to put a check on the president. We're not going to turn our power over to the minority party. So I think those conversations will happen, but I still think that is among the longest shots of the possibilities here.
Your phone is really ringing more often. Like terminal users want to talk to you to find out what the heck's going on.
They can IB us anytime they want us.
But the traffic is up, right? You're busier than always over there.
Well,
I walk by, you've got the headset on. This is real.
I mean, look, the markets just don't understand. We're in uncharted waters, and the markets are trying to figure out what are the catalyst events that are going to occur over the next few weeks and days and so forth like that could potentially impact your portfolio. And so that's why we always tell the clients is just remember at the end of the day, there are the unknowns and then there are the known unknowns. And, I know I'm just making stuff up here, but we can say, look, we know that a bill has to be passed by the 17th or if there's a shutdown. That's the biggest one. If there is a shutdown, the economic impact is limited. Obviously, there needs to be Israel and Ukraine aid, but there's, you don't have a debt ceiling fight on your hands. That's pushed until 2025.
No risk of default.
No risk of default there. So, these risks are there, and again, the general concern is mom and dad not going to be there when we need those, default risks and so forth. But at least for the next 30 to 45 days, the markets should be somewhat insulated from this.
But then they realize after the call that Nathan is mom and dad, and everything's going to be fine.
I always feel safer when he's here, Joe.
100%. This is why we do this on the regular. He's with Bloomberg Intelligence, of course, U.S. policy senior analyst. Jonathan Tamari, great to have you on Sound On, Jonathan. You're going to do this more often, I hope. Thanks for the time.
For the next 30 days.
Yes, for the next 30 days. Let's make it a standing appointment. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons, we want to bring you up to date on the markets. We'll do that in New York right now with the help of Denise Pellegrini. Hi, Denise.
Hey there, Joe. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. It's 2:55 on Wall Street. Concern about strong retail sales and what it could mean in terms of more possible Fed rate hikes. Also, investors watching, sadly, death and destruction in the Middle East. Shares of Bank of America, though, they are higher. Company reporting quarterly results that beat estimates, and Chairman and CEO Brian Moynihan telling us just a few moments ago those Fed rate hikes and student loan repayments are weighing on consumer spending.
All those slow down their ability to spend on other things. They have to shift spending around. And on top of that, frankly, they're looking ahead, say, hey, I hear things are going to be bouncing around a little bit. I'll spend a little less. And then the third thing is they bought the goods they bought during COVID. They bought the new couch and stuff. They don't need to buy another one now. They've taken the trips, and now they're back into their core activity.
And Moynihan also telling us here on Bloomberg Radio and Television the level of spending he sees now from consumers is consistent with the Fed's inflation target. So you could read into that. No need to raise rate hikes. He doesn't actually say that. The Fed shouldn't raise more, but he did imply that. Right now, stocks are lower, though. Dow down 0.3%, down 93 points. The S&P 500 also down 0.3%, down 13. The NASDAQ down 0.5%. Yield on the 10-year right now, 4.85%, we'll call it. NYMEX crude, it was lower earlier. Now it's higher. We're getting word Mexico is conducting its annual oil export hedging program. And as for spot gold, it is higher right now, just fractionally. Spot gold, $19.21 an ounce. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Denise, thank you. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons with a few moments before we hand the baton back to New York for Bloomberg Business Week, of course. It's been another learning experience today. We came in this morning with Jim Jordan not knowing what was going to happen.
Yep.
We'll give you a real quick, this is your life. Jim Jordan coming down the hall with a scrum of reporters earlier today, the questions and the answers.
We get a speaker today, and we feel really good about where we're at. I'm going over to meet with.
Does that mean ballot after ballot, the way McCarthy did?
Whatever it takes to get a speaker today is what we're.
What are some of the concerns that you've still heard from members at this time?
We've been picking up support every day, and so it's been. Again, I feel
sounding optimistic.
Spoken to President Trump. Have you asking him to help you with this vote?
I've been talking to President Trump. I've been talking to the president in a couple days.
How's the whip effort's been going?
Very good.
Why won't you?
So he goes into the elevator after they tried to hit him with a couple of January 6 questions. It seemed like there was something happening, optimism in the air. Maybe he'd get it. If you're just joining us, Jim Jordan fails in the first round by 20 votes.
Yeah, 20 Republicans.
Others.
Voting for not Jim Jordan.
Yeah.
Which means he has to flip 16, Joe, in order to clinch the gavel. And that's looking like a very tough job at this point. And we don't even know when the next vote will be.
Donald Trump earlier today asked in the courthouse if Jim Jordan was in good shape. He said he would be the next speaker. I don't know if you heard him last night. He was talking about the situation in Israel when he was interrupted.
They're sick and they're evil and they're not going to be fixed. You're not going to make them into wonderful people one day. I didn't know you had flies in Iowa. I hate flies. Now I'll get in trouble for saying that. Cruelty to animals. Iowa. I hate flies. Now I'll get in trouble for saying that. Cruelty to animals. I said the other day I was at a place, and there's a beautiful place, but they had like flies. And I said, get fly paper. They said, sir, they're not allowed to sell it anymore because of cruelty to animals. They actually said that. I don't know. Can you get fly paper? It used to be great, right? But they said, you can't do that anymore, sir. It's cruelty.
No, they didn't say that.
What the hell is going on with this country?
The fly swatter is very much on the shelf. Fly paper is apparently cruelty to animals.
Got it.
I'm not sure fly paper is terribly effective. But we knew about the poisoning. We learned about the poisoning, his great fear. Now he's got a thing for flies. And if you're going to go to all 99 counties in Iowa, come to the territory. With Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And very good afternoon, everyone.
everybody. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming on YouTube and, of course, on Bloomberg Originals. It is Tuesday, Lemon, meaning it's October 17th, 2023.
It's my grandma's 101st birthday today.
No way. Well, happy birthday, Grandma.
I called her already. Said happy birthday.
Oh, my God.
We're going to do a little party in a couple of weeks.
That's, like, remarkable.
Yeah, it is. She's still kicking.
That is impressive. Also kicking is the U.S. economy.
Yeah, what's going on?
Thank you, Grandma, for that segue.
Thank you, Grandma. U.S. yields moving up again. This is hot economic data. Fuel bets the Fed is going to keep rates higher for longer. We're all over this economic data today.
We absolutely are. We're going to get into it because we've definitely seen, as Tim mentioned, just kind of a bit of a shocker again as a reminder of kind of the hot economy that we have here in the U.S., but what it means then for yields as well. We're also going to get to the bank earnings, that second big batch, if you will, of big banks. So we're talking Goldman, B of A. Brian Moynihan was just up on Bloomberg Television talking with our David Weston, talking a lot about the consumer. I know you always key in on that.
Yeah, I do. It was interesting to hear him talk about charge-offs in the consumer, not even back to pre-pandemic levels, 2019 levels.
Yeah, which is pretty significant, so we'll get into that. We're also going to get into the tangled web of alliances and enemies, frenemies that are today's geopolitics, further complicated by the Israel-Hamas conflict. On that, have you noticed the meeting between Chinese President Xi and President of Russia, Vladimir Putin? I was reading in this morning, a Times story caught my attention. I'm like, hey, guys, I hope this is on your radar as well.
Look what's happening over here, because it's not just Israel and Gaza right now.
No, interesting relationships and what maybe they hope to get out of each of them and what it maybe potentially means. Also, we're going to get into trucks. We love them. EV trucks, maybe not so much.
It's interesting from the difference that we saw from 18 months ago.
Yeah.
I mean, they couldn't keep these things. They had to stop sales of them.
Right.
Yeah, they stopped taking orders.
What's going on with that?
I don't know. We're going to ask our own Bloomberg Intelligence analyst who covers this.
All right. And we're also going to get into Taylor Swift. She re-recorded her albums into hits, right? We know she was kind of ticked off at,
Scooter Braun.
Yes, indeed. And so she recorded them. She's made hits. So you do wonder, can other folks do this as well? But
Taylor's version. You can't call them Taylor's version if you're someone else.
What do you mean? Oh,
That's
yeah,
what she calls the new songs, yeah.
Taylor's version.
And there's another one coming out at the end of the month.
But is it things that Taylor can do that nobody else can do? So that's what I wonder. All right, just a few seconds, folks. We're going to head over to Romaine and Katie. We're going to talk about the markets. Countdown to the close starts now.
Countdown to the close. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is the countdown to the close. Romaine Bostick alongside Katie Greifeld. We're joined right now by our colleagues, Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, originals, our partnership with YouTube on another wild day in the markets today. Sort of getting a little bit of a boost, if you will, I think, Carol, with some of the retail sales data and the economic data.
Well, just when you thought, you know, maybe are we seeing the U.S. economy maybe, slowing down? Look at the retail sales numbers. Almost all of the categories showing increases in terms of their numbers. And you also had, specifically things like, let me just go to restaurants, motor vehicle dealers, personal care stores. So it just is another reminder that, the U.S. consumer is out there still shopping.
What is personal care? That's like a liquor store or something?
Like
it depends on your definition of personal
care. Wait a minute. Well, it could be for some folks, but usually it's like skincare, shampoo, that kind of stuff. Anyway, the consumer's out there shopping.
I mean, it's kind of like what Brian Moynihan over at Bank of America just told our own David Weston, that consumers are out there spending money, they have jobs, and they're continuing to spend money. All of this taken together on the back of a, incredibly hot jobs report for the most recent month means that the Fed still has a lot of work to do to get rates down.
What?
Well, no, I mean, he referenced the Moynihan interview, but at the same time, Moynihan also said that he's seeing softness there. So he's saying basically it's holding up, but the trajectory is still kind of to the downside.
Yeah, but not as quickly as many would imagine, given where rates are.
And he did say that the consumer is still in good shape. But when we talk about the consumer, it's interesting. Even though they're still spending, of course, a lot of companies, a lot of brands, a lot of retailers would like them to spend more. And actually, that brings me to a story that Romaine hand-selected, that brands are actually handing out freebies once again. It seems like online ads are losing some of their appeal. If you take a look at Walmart, for example, it recently announced that it plans to expand samples to more than 1,000 stores.
I love this. I mean, because look, I remember as a kid, that was like one of the fun parts of going to the grocery store with your parents, right? Because you get to try the hot dogs
Foods, you can have
and
a
all these
whole
other
meal.
little things. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to buy anything. You just walk around the store, and then one day my mother was like,
graze
that's
a little bit,
kind of stealing if you keep doing it. But in all seriousness, it isn't just the folks sort of standing there sizzling up bacon. They're actually putting in like vending machines that will basically give you free samples of various products with the idea that at some point you'll come back and actually buy the full thing.
Yeah, you got to download the app if you want to use that vending machine. And also they're giving out goodie bags with QR codes on them. So it's not the old-fashioned sampling that, you and I grew up with, Romaine, going to Costco and grabbing those hot dogs. They want to keep track of what consumers are doing.
Well, usually they were little pieces with toothpicks.
Oh.
But as a kid, my mother goes to the produce aisle and I just hang out in front of the hot dog guy for 10 minutes.
I mean, it's bringing back memories for me, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought all this stuff kind of went out with the pandemic.
Well, everything old is new again, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but also it has that veneer, I guess, of technology when you talk about needing an app to open up what's in the vending machine there. So there you go, Tim.
Yeah, but does it ultimately spur sales, right? Like it's just another way to maybe keep consumers engaged, if you will, and actually by throwing out these samples or trying these samples,
maybe because
they shop a little bit.
But sort of the underlying sort of tone of the story is that the traditional ways of reaching you as a consumer, Carol, meaning ads online, ads wherever, you're just not paying attention to them, right? Yeah. So now next time you go into Wegmans or whatever you do out there in Jersey, they got to come in your face and say, look, try this,
It's the
Carol.
Garden State. We grow tomatoes, things like that.
Oh yeah, tomatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a lot of fruit
I
and
don't go to
vegetables out there in
supermarkets.
Jersey,
My
right?
groceries are delivered. You knew that, right?
Well, of course they are.
I'm just
right,
giving
delivered
you fodder.
right to your
I'm
butler.
just giving you a gift.
He hands them off to the cook who fires them up for the massive.
My husband,
there you
go. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, we're going to be back in less than an hour's time. Help! We're going to be back in less than an hour's time. We're going to actually count you down to the close. Actually, talk about some market stuff a little bit at 4 p.m. Wall Street time. Join us on radio, TV, YouTube, and of course Bloomberg Originals Beyond the Bell, 4 p.m. Wall Street time.
Mama told me you better shop around. You better shop around.
A little Captain and Tennille for you, shopping around. We just talked about shopping in stores and what stores are doing, giving out freebies. We want to get, though, to the market right now because that retail sales number and other strong data definitely gave a juice to certainly yields. Bond yields rising after the solid economic reports, reinforcing the case maybe for the Fed to keep interest rates higher for longer. I would say check.
Yeah, Treasury's tumbling. 2-year yields reached a 17-year high. We saw multi-year highs on the 10-year as well, getting close to that 5% number, Carol.
All right, so let's get to it. Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith to my right, Michael McKenzie to my left. He's Bloomberg News rates reporter, and of course, the two of them so watching the economics data that came out and certainly the moves in the rates market. Molly, let me kick it off with you. So retail sales number, that's pretty strong along a lot of categories.
Yeah, pretty much all of them. Came in above every economist estimate in the survey and was pretty broad-based strength in that report. So you couple that with the inflation report that we had last week, the jobs reports, both of those have been pretty strong. Industrial production also strengthened in that last month.
Which is the factories have to replenish, right?
Right, exactly. So this all pointing to like strong demand on the good side of the economy, which again, this is the one that's supposedly been slowing down a lot more. And that's where a lot of the disinflation has been coming from. So not a good sign right now if you're the Fed and thinking that this is what you're counting on right now to slow down some of the strength.
I mean, does it mean a rate hike is coming in November?
Not November. I think those odds were pretty steady, right, Mike? Is that the case?
So, Mike, come on in on that. So talk to us about the rate moves that we did see in today's trade.
I think what's interesting about the rate moves is that the market's now putting a higher chance that they'll go in January rather than December.
Why is that?
Well, I think they believe the Fed wants to take its time. The Fed's reached a position now where it's raised rates by more than 500 basis points over the last 18 months. They keep talking about long and variable lags. You've got to start to see when are these lags going to finally show up. They haven't shown up yet. So I think for the Fed, they've got time on their side. And so the market's going to sort of say, okay, not going in November, more than a 50% chance they go potentially in December. It's closer to 60% chance they go in January.
Does that kind of mesh? I know you and Romaine were kind of going back and forth a little bit on Bank of America, but he did say consumers are spending less because of higher interest rates. So we are seeing, consumer spending so important to the economy, Brian Moynihan, a great read on what's going on with American consumers in terms of what he sees in banking activity, that higher interest rate is having an impact on maybe consumers' ability to spend as much as they used to before.
I mean,
Despite the data we got
well,
today.
that's what I was just going to say. It doesn't sound like this really backed him up that much. But no, I mean, what he's saying is generally what we've been seeing. And I think, some of the economists who weighed in after this, Omer Sharif, he's heads up Inflation Insights, and he said that the death of the consumer has been greatly over-exaggerated.
I love that
I think
quote.
that was a really good quote from today, that, this still all comes down to the labor market has not really shown any significant cracks. You still got a job, you still got an income, you're gonna keep spending. And that's just what we've seen so far. It hasn't fallen off a cliff yet. I mean, obviously today, far more robust than expected, but would expect certainly some kind of a slowdown, especially now with more people repaying student loans again.
So, Michael, we always kind of talk about this reset, as a result of assets, and we certainly see this directly in what's going on with treasuries. You guys were talking about what the Fed does. I mean, there's been so much volatility and big swings in the treasury market. So I'm just wondering, could there be a data set that ultimately pulls down rates? I mean, how do you read this market that moves around a bit?
Well, it's interesting because I've been talking to quite a few investors already this week and obviously last week. This is the biggest pain trade at the moment for bond investors. They're all long bonds and they're underwater, and it's getting worse.
Supposed to be the year of the bond, right?
It's meant to be the year of the bond. And
So was last year and the year
so
before,
was last
right?
year. So
Yeah.
this
Didn't
is
work.
really, and I think part of the reason you're seeing rates moving higher is because people now are starting to get out. As one investor said to me today, I can live with high for longer, I can't live with higher. And
Where are they getting out? Where on the curve?
You can see it in the 5-year through to 10s. That had the biggest jump today. And then the 2-year suddenly kicked up as well. But really, the sell-off was really what they call the belly. And that's where a lot of asset managers like to be. They sort of have been saying that the 5-year to 7 years is a sweet spot. It's just not a sweet spot.
I was thinking about this earlier today, Michael. When do people get back in? Because a guaranteed 5.1% for the next 2 years is not bad.
It's great. If you look back the last 20 years, it's been a great time. That is a great level to be in. However, the problem is the volatility is too much. And it doesn't take much to hurt you if rates continue to climb. And I think the market needs to test 5% in the 10-year. Probably needs to test 5% in the 5-year before people start to feel, okay, I can put my toes in. But if you look at last week's auctions for 10s and 30s, they were ugly, the 30-year in particular. Really ugly, the lack of demand for that. So that's telling you people really don't want to be exposed to interest rate risk.
Maybe after January, it will.
Well, I guess you always get the January effect, right? We had a great rally in bonds in January this year, and then data came in stronger in February, and suddenly we sold off. The 2-year was back at 5% in the early March before the regional banks started failing. And then we got this brief great rally, and everyone's thinking, okay, recession's coming by the summer. That's been the tale of the tape this year for bonds.
Another conversation that we were having last year, and I think, in terms of a recession's coming. Our David Weston's going to be talking with Jay Powell. And I do think, I asked this of Liz McCormick yesterday, but I am curious what you guys would want to hear or ask the Fed chairman right now, considering the data flow that we continue to get, the volatility or the significant moves once again up in yields against a geopolitical backdrop that is very stressful. And you're kind of wondering, okay, what happens next?
Tough one. I mean, there's a lot of questions I'm sure people would ask Jay right now. I think, though, that something that we've been talking about in our group, and I'm sure Mike could weigh in on this as well, is like what seems to be like a lack of pushback on financial conditions right now from the Fed, that like the speakers have not really been coming out right and saying that this is so over-exaggerated, oversold. And, that seems to be like, I don't feel like in general I've really heard Powell or the rest of the Fed really push back on financial conditions since Jackson Hole last year. Obviously, things were moving in the other direction at the time. That was when he made that infamous, 8-minute speech, the pain is coming, and people heard him, and it was very effective. But they don't seem to really be, paying a whole lot of mention to the surge in bond yields lately, I would think.
Yeah, and I think that's why the bond market remains so volatile and why we keep selling off. We have had some days where we've seen a haven trade come into the bond market due to what's happening in the Middle East. It gets faded, and that tells you that people just want to take advantage of a pickup in price to sell out. And I think it's been notable how the Fed hasn't really talked about this rise in real yields in particular and the long end. I mean, they have sort of flagged, well, maybe it's going to do the work for us, and I think that's the direction of travel. But I think what really makes the Fed's job difficult here is inflation still hasn't come down to its target. They keep saying they want 2% inflation. Okay, you're going to have to get 2% inflation. And as we saw last week, that super core number, which has been Jay Powell's baby,
scary number,
that's going the wrong way. So the bond market's also factoring that in.
Is that what right now?
Super core? What did that rise like? Was that 06 last month?
It was up. It was meant to be low.
It's not that, I mean, it was significantly higher than in past months.
Not what the Fed wants.
So for the bond market's perspective here, you've got to watch, as someone was saying to me recently, you've got to watch what's going to break. Is inflation going to come down on its own and glide down within the next 6 months? I don't know. Is the equity market going to finally break? And that would actually help stabilize bonds. Or is the economy going to break? All you hear from these bond guys is something's going to break. It isn't breaking.
But we had regional banks break earlier this year.
Yeah, but the Fed stepped in and put in a great
three of them
policy there.
Absolutely. But if that is the, extent of breakage.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, it seemed fairly contained.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But I do wonder when there's an asset reset. Exactly. Like if we do go to a recession, in terms of some of the equity moves or just, pick some different asset classes, things are going to have to come to a different valuation.
They will. I mean, I think what's really interesting now is that when you've seen periods of time when you've got rising oil prices, a strong dollar, and rising yields.
Should not be good.
Something breaks.
Right.
So
credit spread's still pretty tight too.
Well, see, that's to me one of the biggest anomalies because even if you look at junk spreads, they're holding in while small caps are being taken out.
So are you guys nervous?
Ooh, I don't know. Mike, you nervous? I'm deflecting.
Because that sounds pretty dismal. We've got about a minute. So
I think actually the thing here is it's the stimulus. And the bond market's selling off in part because of all this rising treasury supply because of the rising deficit, because we're running a deficit at 8% of GDP at the moment.
Right.
But that tells you it's a different economy because the US has come in and just dropped a ton of money into the economy. And a lot of it's on the green economy and that transition.
We've had guests.
That's what's really keeping this going, I think.
In the private lending market, we've had guests who come on and say, listen, there's still so much stimulus coming in that we forget to talk about.
So you've got to sort of disengage the stimulus from the sort of longer term pain that's coming. It's hard.
Molly, are you nervous?
I have been in the soft landing camp all along, and it would be a bad time to reverse that call, so I'm going to stick with it. I'm bullish on the U.S. economy.
And it also gives both of you stuff to write about.
A soft landing would be okay.
That'd be pretty great,
versus
right?
That's kind of like it's kind of landing you want when you come down.
Exactly. All right, guys. Great set for us on this Tuesday. Bloomberg News Economics Editor Molly Smith, Michael McKenzie, Bloomberg News Rates Reporter. Thank you both. This is Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, our latest Business Week podcast features Dr. Michelle P. King, former director of inclusion at Netflix, on her book, How Work Works, The Subtle Science of Getting Ahead Without Losing Yourself. Download it now at Bloomberg.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, everybody, we talked about Treasury yields. We talked about the economic news, the upbeat. Now we've got to talk about banks. We talked a little bit about B of A and Brian Moynihan making some comments on Bloomberg TV. Goldman, what's up with that? What's coming up?
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 3:21 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower this hour on concern about stronger than expected September retail sales and the worry that it could help trigger another Fed interest rate hike. And Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan telling us consumer spending is leveled off and the Fed shouldn't have to hike rates more from here.
What is spending rate at the year-over-year growth is consistent with 2% inflation and below 2% GDP growth. It is the same, that rate of 4% or so is what we had in 17, 18, and 19 as the economy kind of ended into an equilibrium. So frankly, the Fed has won the battle with the American consumer and they're slowing down. And then the question is, what happens next? I can't predict, but this is a $4 trillion base, $300 to $400 billion a month. So think about it. It's hard to move around a lot. So once it slows this level, it's probably not going to kick right back up.
And you heard it there from Brian Moynihan, CEO of Bank of America, with our David Weston on Bloomberg Radio and Television, saying consumers are still spending, but the slowdown in the rate of increase in spending is consistent with the Fed's 2% goal. We'll see about that. Bank of America shares, they're higher by about 2%, stronger than expected quarterly results earlier today, triggering that move. The Dow right now down about 0.1%, down 49 points. The S&P 500 down 0.2%, down 8 points. The NASDAQ down about 0.4%, down 56 points. The yield on the 10-year right now off the highs, but still 4.83%, we'll call it. NYMEX crude right now, it is higher, up by about 0.5%, 87.09 a barrel. Spot gold right now, it's also higher, up about 0.2%, 19.24 an ounce. So that, guys, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, so appreciate it. Denise Pellegrini in there for Charlie Pellet. Denise talking about B of A's Brian Moynihan, profit topping estimates on trading net interest income. And then you had Goldman, Tim, profit slumping 33%. The company's CEO, David Solomon, pleading patience. We know we talked about it with Sri yesterday, Sri Natarajan, just some of the changes that company is undergoing.
Well, let's get to our big bank roundup. With us on the highlights and lowlights of today's reporting, we got Bloomberg News, America's finance team leader in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, Sally Bakewell, with us. Also with us is Cheryl Pate, Angel Oak Capital Senior Portfolio Manager, involved in managing several financial strategies, joins us on Zoom in Atlanta. Sally, give us your big takeaways. Where do you want to start?
So I think, Bank of America had a pretty good quarter by many metrics. Overall profit and net interest income topped estimates. It did better than expected in investment banking, despite the persistent deal slump. And it did way better by a long way in trading, because the bank has actually, spent a lot of time and in investment in expanding its balance sheet and in taking on more clients in its trading business. But Goldman, it was a bit of a different kettle of fish. Profit fell. It was hit by another quarter of real estate write-offs. And of course, it was impacted by sluggish investment banking, even though trading was better than expected. What was interesting is both banks sort of steered clear of, making very decisive comments about when investment banking might bounce back, which they have done in previous quarters, perhaps indicating that those green shoots in investment banking they had long talked about might be pushed sort of further back on the horizon.
Birkenstock's not going to come out and save investment banking?
Probably not,
okay.
Even though they should do, given, the wonderful sandals that I own. But yeah, I think with the geopolitical concerns, and we know Jamie Dimon referenced those on Friday. He said it is, this is one of the most dangerous times in history. So I think that's a big cloud over the investment banking.
As we know, Goldman Sachs down about 1.7%. B of A actually up about 2.25%. I want to bring in Cheryl Pate. She's Angel Oak Capital Senior Portfolio Manager, involved in the managing of several financial strategies at the firm. She's on Zoom in Atlanta. So Cheryl, come on in. It's interesting, and I'm just curious, as Sally went through the two big banks that reported today, we've heard from a lot of the big banks certainly last week as well. Is there anything that you've been hearing that's actionable for you in terms of investing?
Yeah, I think what we've seen thus far this earnings season has been outperformance relative to expectations. And I think across the board, we're seeing beats on NII and better than expected credit quality, which really have been the 2 points of concern as we look at bank fundamentals. Where do deposit betas go from here? They typically don't They typically continue to rise until a couple quarters past the last rate hike, and credit quality has been something we've been expecting to normalize for quite some time. So we're encouraged with results. We're seeing less normalization, less quickly than we would have anticipated, and a lot of levers that banks are able to pull in terms of continuing to drive higher NII than expected. So what we really take away from this, I think, is the business models that work probably best in this environment tend to skew towards the large cap banks, where we have a bit of a balance between a really strong consumer still, and then on the smaller side of the spectrum, where community banks may be the only bank in town and continue to benefit from deposit flow stabilization. So we sort of like a barbell approach here, and we would be most concerned at the margin at some of the regional banks that skew relatively higher on commercial real estate and office CRE in particular.
What about, Cheryl, investment banking? When do you see investment banking bouncing back?
I think that is a difficult one. It clearly, we have seen better results than anticipated, but still down pretty heavily year over year. And it's difficult to see when that turn may happen. But one of the things that we do expect will start to accelerate as we move into 2024 is M&A, and particularly in the banking sector. I think there's a lot of focus that will be put on expense reduction, and M&A is a way to achieve that, particularly in the banking sector. And that could drive some higher investment banking fees as we move into calendar 2024.
Sally, you want to come back in terms of, we got, obviously we heard from JP Morgan and Citi last week. We've really been kind of waiting to hear from these guys to see what they have to say, and women, about what they have to say about the health of the banking sector. Is there kind of a theme, a trend line? I know they're not all apples to apples.
Yeah, I think the trend line and the theme is that, so JP Morgan and Citi, they did see charge-offs increase, but they are still low compared to historic levels. And as we heard from Bank of America, it was a similar thing today. Charge-offs ticked up, but as we heard from Brian Moynihan, the consumer remains healthy, although spending is starting to slow. So again, it's a sort of ominous cloud that things are starting to deteriorate a little bit, but they're not quite reaching kind of pre-pandemic levels yet.
When you say not quite reaching pre-pandemic levels, would that be a good thing because it's a normalization, or would that be frowned upon?
I think it would probably be, well, they're probably be a good thing in the sense that they'd be coming back to sort of no one wants sort of credit charge-offs or write-downs, but I think if they're bouncing off historic lows, it's less of a thing to worry about.
No, and yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? But it is, right? We try to figure out kind of what's normal coming off the pandemic, and then in comparison to where we were pre-pandemic. Cheryl, I asked you about actionable. Is there names, and remind us of your strategy, because if what I remember, it's a credit or debt play as well as an equity play. But is there anything actionable off of the round of earnings that we've heard from the financial space for you specifically?
Yeah, and again, it's still a little early in the earnings season. We are encouraged by what we've seen so far. Our strategies tend to be more credit focused and more focused on sort of that smaller end of the cohort, 50 billion and below, where we do see actually quite a compelling risk reward opportunity, given the dislocation in the banking sector that still hasn't fully recovered from the volatility back in March. We're able to source in the markets today equity-like returns for fixed income investments. And so that's where we've been deploying the bulk of our dry powder, frankly, in this environment. On the back of what we've seen thus far this earnings season, most actionable for me, I think the ones that really are the standout banks thus far, I would highlight JP Morgan and Wells Fargo. JP Morgan continues to beat and raise, the fourth increase this year on NII, and a lot of benefit obviously from First Republic as well, helping out in the results. And then on the Wells Fargo side, really a lot of excess capital and still some levers to pull on the expense side. So I think that's where we would see the most upside thus far this reporting season.
Cheryl, I think for Bank of America, it's been a bit of an outlier, largely because of its unrealized bond losses. And the bank has been sort of a lot of pains to say that it's very unlikely to need to sell these. They'll be held to maturity. They have plenty of liquidity anyway. I just wonder, what's your perspective on the fact that those unrealized losses did widen in the third quarter, and they absolutely dwarf those of the biggest U.S. bank, J.P. Morgan?
Yeah, I think that has been the point of debate clearly on the stock, and given the yields in the bond portfolio. Has been an area of concern. I think when we look at sort of capital accretion that has taken place and the fact that the portfolio gets shorter and you see maturities coming through, there's a way to sort of earn through this. And I think that was the takeaway that I had from today, but it remains a little outsized relative to peer group.
Well, a great roundup by both of you. So appreciated. Bloomberg News, America's finance team leader, who I'm guessing is getting no sleep right now, Sally Bakewell, because it's like nonstop.
It happens quarterly.
I know, right? It's just it's like a major.
Yeah, it's quarterly sleep deprivation. It's fine.
Here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, and our thanks again to Cheryl Pate out there on Zoom in Atlanta. She's Angel Oak Capital Senior Portfolio Manager, and as we mentioned, managing several financial strategies, but as she said, really involved in the credit side of things. You guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, good stuff. Hey, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. Right now, we got Dan Schwartzman in the Bloomberg 1130 newsroom here in New York. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Tim and Carol, as you've been hearing on Bloomberg Radio, Ohio Republican Jim Jordan did not get enough votes to be elected as House Speaker in the first round of voting, as 20 Republicans voted for someone else. The House is expected to be holding another vote today. Stay tuned to Bloomberg Radio for more. According to the health ministry in Gaza, which is run by Hamas, an Israeli airstrike hit a Gaza hospital, killing at least 500 people. Israel says they do not have any details on the strike and can't confirm it was an Israeli airstrike. President Biden is leaving for Israel tonight on a high-stakes trip to try to keep the Israel-Hamas war from expanding in the region. Biden will also be attending a three-way summit in Jordan on Wednesday, along with King Abdullah and Egypt's Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, while Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas has canceled his participation after the hospital bombing. Bloomberg's Oliver Crook tells us what Biden can expect in Israel.
He will be greeted very happily by the officials here and by the people here in Israel. And really it comes as, all of the officials here that have arrived have had the same sort of message, which is unflinching support for Israel. And we expect the same from President Biden. And that is unflinching support politically, militarily, and also possibly financially. We have some reports out from the New York Times that Israel has asked for $10 billion in emergency aid. So that will be in focus. But so too will deterrence and diplomacy.
That's Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Tel Aviv. Humanitarian aid piling up at the Gaza border with Egypt, the Rafah border crossing, as Israel has yet to allow the aid to come into Gaza, saying they want to ensure that Hamas does not get it. Police in Brussels have shot and killed the suspect accused of killing two Swedish soccer fans yesterday. The 45-year-old Tunisian Abdesalam Lassoud pledged his allegiance to the Islamic State and claimed responsibility for the shooting on social media. Reports say Lassoud had sought asylum in Belgium back in November of 2019. Some say he was living in the country illegally. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Dan Schwartzman, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 3:40 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower. And for more, we go over to the First Word Breaking News Desk. For today's afternoon call, here is Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Denise. U.S. stocks off their session highs. And like you said, back in the red. Dow's down 45 points. S&P's dropped 9, and NASDAQ is off by 58. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.83%. Gold is up 3, oil trading in the green, but Bitcoin is little changed. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were energy and the materials. Tech and real estate were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Chevron and Coca-Cola, while Goldman Sachs and Intel led to the downside. After earnings, Goldman fell 2%. Bank of America rose 2%. And in deal news, Reuters reported that Chesapeake explores buying Southwestern Energy. In other news, Adidas raised its fiscal year guidance, and wrapping things up, United Airlines reports after the bell. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Denise?
All right, thank you, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg terminal, type SQUA. That's for Squawk, of course, on your Bloomberg terminal. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
Start funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. Just about 18 minutes.
Can't believe it.
It's not 60 minutes. It's actually us.
And it's Tuesday, and we got less than 18 minutes till the market's closed today.
Yeah, exactly. An interesting day. We talked about the economic news, the move up in yields. That's really substantial once again. So let's get to it.
Yeah, Anna Arsov is global co-head of global banking at Moody's, joins us on Zoom in New York City. Good to have you with us, Anna. Thanks so much for joining us. Let's talk a little bit about just how broadly the sector's doing. I mean, we heard from the big banks today. We're seeing Goldman down, but Bank of America higher. What are you watching?
No, it was an interesting quarter. Look, the big banks are doing fine. You know, everybody has a little bit of a story. Happy to chat a little bit about Goldman or Citi, who has a little bit more story credits. But overall, the big banks are very well positioned to brace for, even more increased regulation. They're building capital organically. And they're really benefiting, particularly the universal banks, looking from the results from JP Morgan and Citi and Wells Fargo last week and Bank of America today. I mean, excellent results from Bank of America. Net interest income still up, deposits stable, really gaining market share, particularly in the sales and trading business. So far from what we've seen, obviously Morgan Stanley hasn't reported yet, but really kind of winning in the capital market side, which is very good as well, without a single losing day. So definitely I would say JP Morgan and B of A leading the pack. Wells is doing well, good capital accretion, this quarter. Goldman, it's basically doing an unwind of some of the decisions on the consumer side, and that's going to continue. But what's more disappointing is that the continuing asset management kind of loss is related to commercial real estate. They're trying to restructure the asset management business to be more third party than on balance sheet. And that's going well in alternatives. They're really, on target to raise that $250 billion, but there's still going to be some noise, both from, the unwind of the consumer business and certainly from the asset management business restructuring as well.
So when you listen, what you do, it's so great to have you on a day like this when we're talking about the big banks. We got a bunch, obviously last week, a bunch today, and there's a lot more to come, certainly when we start to get into the regionals. But Anna, you also co-head Global Bank Rating over at Moody's. So when you look at the sector broadly so far, let's talk about the big banks.
She said they're doing fine. That's the official rating. They're doing fine.
Can you just cross it off and just say, okay, we're good?
The large banks, for sure. I think that what the regulators did post the financial crisis, it was painful for the U.S. bank to get to this, what so-called Jamie Dimon's favorite gold plating of regulation, but that really made them stronger. And they're capitalizing now. I mean, they were winning against the Europeans for a decade. And now with all this a little bit more challenges that we're seeing on the regionals. The big banks are basically kind of the bright story. And, very different. Our expectations for the regionals, they're basically just started reporting, is that there's going to be a different performance on net interest margin because the big banks simply have that think about the premier deposit franchise at Bank of America or Wells Fargo or JP Morgan. Then they have to pay maybe a little bit up more for deposits,
right?
But nothing compared to what the regionals have to do. So things are well.
When you look at the regionals, are there anybody in particular, and I'm assuming you have to be a little bit careful, but is there anybody in particular that's kind of on your radar that you're keeping an eye out for, that you think,
I'll try not to mention specific names, but I think broadly.
You can if you'd like.
Yeah. PNC obviously reported was good results.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the super regionals, it's really interesting how USB performs and USB, trying to see relative to PNC because PNC had very decent results for regional peer group, and then it's going to be very important. A couple of things that we're going to be watching is how much the deposit stability is there. We look at the macro, from a macro perspective, there is deposit stability this quarter. So we're not seeing some big, deposit outflows or anything like that, but they're paying more for deposits. And there is this shift to CDs. And we want to see how much that is affecting in the net interest margin. We're expecting 2 to 3% lower net interest income, which is very different, as you know, relative to the large banks, which are actually, even JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon said, look, we're still expecting, cushion in our interest income. So there's going to be the divergence. We want to see commercial real estate. They're much more exposed. Typical regional bank has 180% of their tangible common equity in commercial real estate. Community banks are close to 3 times their tangible common equity. And we want to see if there is a divergence relative to what the big banks reported. CRE is going to be definitely an asset class to watch. The big banks increase provisions prudently, but there's not really a lot of credit costs related to CRE yet. So we want to see if there is a different story in the regionals. That's probably one of the most important things. And then thirdly is accretion of capital based on these new regulations that are coming, how they're going to do that in a more challenging operating environment.
How concerned are you about assets leaving regional banks, kind of what we saw earlier this year as a result of higher rates elsewhere?
You know what? It's probably not as much this year. It's going to be interesting what happens, with the money markets.
Like it's already happened, you're saying?
It's already happened. Look, there was a trillions of excess deposits that were created as part of the quantitative easing. Roughly around 800 billion have left. And, they have left both from the big banks and from the small banks. Our data shows that the smaller banks, departure of deposit really accelerated more after SVB. That doesn't mean that the big banks are not losing deposit either. It's just part of the quantitative tightening rather than confidence issue. But big people and commercial entities particularly will look to diversify their deposit franchises, and the big banks have been beneficiaries.
Right, and we're starting, as we often see, we're seeing a bunch of debt issuance. PNC is among them. We saw that today. We've seen the big banks also doing it. We've seen a lot of debt coming to market. It's a good market for these banks to be doing it, and it makes sense at this point. Looking at the debt side of it, anything in particular that you're watching in terms of the reception in the marketplace among investors?
I think the investors a little bit, it's calm, has calmed down from those very turbulent days of the spring.
Yeah.
There were obviously some outliers out there with significant interest rate risk that put a bad picture on the whole industry. But there is still 650 billion or so losses on banks' balance sheet. The good thing is that, we have the lending facilities. There's no this imminent issue for banks to liquidate any of these assets, but it's going to be a drag on banks' earnings. And I think that the investors are understanding which metrics they need to look at for what bank, looking at deposit quality, looking at the names, looking at exposure to commercial real estate probably is more important today than thinking about run banks.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Anna, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Anna Arsev, she's Global Co-Head of Global Banking over at Moody's, joining us on Zoom in New York City, but really an appropriate guest to have considering all of the banking earnings that we got today and really over the last week or so.
I'm taking a look at the broader markets as we speak. We're down about 0.2% on the S&P 500, NASDAQ down 0.5 percentage point, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average down about, we can go ahead and round that up to 0.2%, but quite the range today on the S&P 500.
Fireworks in the Treasury market, 10-year note with a yield of 4.83, 2-year note with a yield of 5.2, 5-year with a yield of 4.86, just rolling over a little bit. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And from Bloomberg World headquarters in New York, I'm Denise Pellegrini. Stocks are lower overall, but not so. Shares of Bank of America, they are higher, more than 2% higher after the company reported stronger than expected quarterly results. And Chairman and CEO Brian Moynihan at Bank of America says the rate of increases that he's seeing in consumer spending is slowing as the Fed rate hikes and those student loan repayments weigh on consumer spending.
All those slow down their ability to spend on other things. They have to shift spending around. And on top of that, frankly, they're looking ahead, saying, hey, I hear things are going to be bouncing around a little bit. I'll spend a little less. And then the third thing is they bought the goods they bought during COVID. They bought the new couch and stuff. They don't need to buy another one now. They've taken the trips, and now they're back into their core activity.
And Moynihan also telling us here on Bloomberg Radio and television the level of spending he sees from consumers is now consistent with the Fed's 2% inflation target. Shares of Johnson & Johnson, they are lower. The company raising its 2023 revenue outlook as some older drugs beat sales estimates, including its bestseller Stelara, but that is expected to face generic competition in early 2025. And New York pot sales, well, they have hit $83 million year to date. More dispensaries will be opening in New York. New retailers operating in Astoria, Harlem, and the Lower East Side, for example. The state also amending regulations here in New York to help crack down on illicit stores. And those are some of the company stories we are following this hour. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 4 minutes away from the close of trading on this Tuesday. Carol Messer, Tim Stenovec, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio on YouTube, on Bloomberg Originals. And yeah, it'll be interesting to wrap it up. We've got some earnings also coming out after the close, United Airlines, so we'll watch for them. In the meantime, what's on your radar, Mr. Stenovec?
We also got Omnicom, JB Hunt Transportation. After the bell,
Digging
too.
deep for those, huh?
You got to check the chat for our assignments, Carol.
Oh, shoot.
They just posted them.
Did I get an assignment?
You got an assignment. You have Interactive Brokers. That's your assignment. So,
hey,
while I'm reading
Interactive
this,
Broker Studio?
while I'm reading this, okay,
Yeah.
you got to start your work, okay? Multitask, okay?
So go ahead, you read, and I'm going to look this up.
All right, well, this is a fun one, so you're going to want to get involved with this one. Goldman boss David Solomon ditches his high-profile DJ gigs. David Solomon has decided to no longer DJ at high-profile events. This is an early retirement for a highly visible off-hours persona that drew unwanted scrutiny. The CEO of Goldman Sachs pulled back from such events a year ago after concluding the media attention was a distraction, according to a person familiar with the matter. His well-publicized spins culminated in a booking for Chicago's Lollapalooza Music Festival back in July last year. And the hobby was referenced when Solomon played himself in a cameo on the Showtime series Billions.
Listen, we've had a lot of fun talking about this, and it seemed like a cool thing. But, I will say a Goldman spokesman came out, Tony Fratto, telling the FT, this is not news.
Whenever
publicly
someone
DJ'd.
Just so you know, whenever a PR person says this is not news, it is news. It's actually news.
I have to say, as soon as it crossed, I'm like, oh my God. So anyway, the Goldman spokesman said, not news. He hasn't DJ'd publicly an event in well over a year. However, in his own home, no, I'm
joking around about this with Sally earlier. I think we were off air.
Yeah.
I think it was Sally who was in here. Yeah. And I said, DJing these high-profile events is like or maybe it was Bill who I was joking around with. It's like a low rates thing. It's a thing you do when rates are lower.
Maybe he needed 2 jobs to make the mortgage.
When rates are higher.
Maybe that's what it was.
I don't.
Rates higher, mortgage rate higher.
He did take a big pay cut last year.
What?
That is true.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it was down to $25 million.
All right. Well,
so it was a big pay cut.
Maybe that's why he had to do the DJing work. The spokesman saying music was not a distraction from David's work. The media attention became a distraction. When all else fails, blame the media. We're just
your fault, Carol Messer.
We're just doing our job,
it's your
folks.
Fault.
Just doing our job.
I never got to see him spin.
Maybe
I got to go to a small party to see him spin, not a big one.
She didn't have to go out to the Hamptons. Huh?
I know, I guess not.
Don't go anywhere, folks. We're talking about the markets. Beyond the Bell starts right now.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Scarlett Fu. We're counting you down to the closing bell, and here to help take us beyond the bell. It's a global simulcast with our friends Carol Masser, who looks like she's in a good mood, and Tim Stenovic, who I can never get a read on his face.
I'm always happy.
Welcome to our audience.
Carol's getting ready. She's going to go to DJ D-Sol party.
Yeah, I hear there's some DJ jobs open.
Yeah.
Be careful there. Be careful.
Be careful.
All right. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. Yes, I do think at the next Lollapalooza, they might have an opening there for you, Carol Masser. I don't know if you've ever DJ'd before.
I'm not really good. I dance pretty well. Wow.
Do you?
Can I
Prove
say
it.
that? Can you even say
Prove it.
You said it.
You can't just say that.
This is what your social media feed is for.
Exactly. No,
Have you guys seen that Seinfeld episode with Elaine?
Yeah, I figured it's like Elaine Bennett.
That's
ouch! Man, it's like the spike in yields today. Ouch! This all really hurts. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this market. I think it's interesting that stocks have rolled over a little bit here. Maybe we're all realizing, okay, with this spike in yields, again, higher for longer.
Yeah, you're talking about the bond market. I'm talking about the equity market that is certainly confused about where it's going today. I mean, we had lows as low as more than 0.8%, Scarlett, and highs as high as 0.5 percentage point higher, and we're going to end flat on the day.
We're ending flat on the day, it looks like. And of course, the ongoing Middle East conflict is keeping things in check, even as it's interesting, companies seem comfortable enough to move forward with some kind of M&A.
Yeah, but as Anthony Sanclabeni, our previous guest here on Bloomberg Television, pointed out too, it's also about not necessarily just M&A overall, but kind of the more strategic moves here. And Choice Wyndham sounds like it makes sense. Exxon Mobil, Pioneer sounds like it makes sense, but there are a lot of other tie-ups where I think investors would maybe scratch their head and push back a little bit here. All right, a mixed day here in the markets as we get the closing bells in New York here. The Dow Jones Industrial Average looks like it's going to finish the day right around relatively unchanged, we'll call it. It's up about 14 points here, but that's about a less than a fraction of a percent here on the day. The S&P 500 is going to finish in the red, but also only down by a fraction of a percent, down less than 1 point. The NASDAQ Composite, a more meaningful move lower, down about 0.2% or about 34 points. And your outperformer on the day, that's the Russell 2000. No ambiguity there, a 1% gain for the Russell. We should point out the mid-caps, S&P 400 mid-caps, also up 1% on the day, and the transports, Carol, also up about 1% as well.
That's interesting, especially the small cap move. But maybe playing into expectations. The consumer's still out there shopping, and good things for are going on in the U.S. economy. Those smaller players. Having said that, let me go back to the S&P 500. Most of the names in the index higher today, up about 337 to be exact. Romaine.
Yeah, let's get to some earnings crossing the wire right now. United Airlines out with their results right now, and here are your numbers for the 3Q. Passenger revenue coming in at about $13.35 billion. That's a beat. Total operating revenue at $14.48 billion. That's a beat. A modest beat, to be sure. Passenger miles in the quarter, a slight beat as well at 67.69 billion. And here's your EPS number for the quarter, $3.65 a share. The street on average was looking for $3.34 a share. We should point out, though, you're seeing the reaction here in the shares down about 1% here in after hours trading. I think what the market really wants to see is that forecast going forward. Remember, fuel costs spiked pretty significantly in the quarter here, so it'd be interesting to see how they frame that, Scarlett, here for 4Q and beyond.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big concern. But also, let's keep in mind as well that United Airlines has exposure to international routes, which are more lucrative than some of the other airlines that over the last couple of months have warned that they won't be able to maintain the kind of numbers that they were, given that the whole revenge travel thing is slowing down, especially as we head into this fall.
Yeah, I think the question that I have is if consumers are indeed spending less as a result of higher rates, as a result of what we're seeing in the economy, are they still going to be traveling internationally over the next few months? I'm interested to hear from United about that, because after a summer of revenge travel internationally, it could be a concern for some of these airlines.
Just real quickly, another headline here, this involving what's been going on in Israel. The company saying that its adjusted EPS for the fourth quarter would be affected by about $1.50. That's if the Tel Aviv ban stays in place until December. And remember, there are no flights in and out of Tel Aviv on United Airlines, as well as some other airlines here. They originally said that would go through the end of October. They're saying that extends until December. You can expect about $1.50 hit.
That's really surprising to me, guys, that one route would be responsible for that much of a hit to EPS. That's one. It's just one route.
Yeah.
Feels like the flow through to the bottom line is pretty quick,
But
right?
keep in mind, it's I mean, that's a huge focal point for a lot of transfers around
To elsewhere, right?
Yeah, in the
In the
Middle East and
region.
certain parts of Europe here. So I could see how there could be sort of a domino effect. It's not just people visiting Tel Aviv per se, but a lot of folks who depend on that route to get in.
They
and
did
out
have
of that area.
multiple direct flights a day from the West Coast and the East Coast as well.
Well, and it gets into some of the stories that we've talked about. We always talk about higher for longer when it comes to the Federal Reserve. The more this conflict goes on in the Middle East, the repercussions globally will certainly be felt, guys.
Yeah, absolutely here.
All right, so do we want to go Interactive Brokers? Should we
Yeah,
do that?
let's see what you got, Carol.
All right, they just crossed as well. We're looking at third quarter average, third quarter adjusted EPS. Let me just pull it up here. $1.55. That's about 4 cents better than what the street was expecting for. They were looking for $1.51. Looking at third quarter total customer accounts, 2.43 million. That is in line with what Wall Street was expecting, and third quarter customer equity. So looking at in terms of what happening in terms of trading equity and accounts, third quarter customer equity was $369.8 billion. That's a little light, but call it maybe in line. The estimate remain was for $370.03, and I'm looking at that stock up about 1.8% here in the aftermarket.
Yeah, I just want to go back real quickly to United if we can, because those shares continuing to sink here, down 3%, and they're providing a little bit more detail here about the various scenarios, if you will, about the shutdown of flights in and out of Israel and sort of how that would impact earnings. And to go back to your point, Tim, it is a little surprising that you would have one particular hub effectively sort of cause this much damage to their revenue here, but they're making it clear here that this is a big deal for them, and this apparently is a big revenue generator, at least when it's operating normally. So if this does extend past October, at least according to the forecasts they're given, you're going to see a huge impact on operating revenue and on capacity as well.
It's interesting, too, because it's also, from my understanding, a relatively expensive place to fly on a carrier basis because of security concerns and increased security concerns. So they have to, have more security activity around each of those flights in order for them to occur.
All right, let's stay with the transportation sector because J.B. Hunt, the trucking company, just reported results as well. Third quarter earnings per share, $1.80, coming in lighter than anticipated. Analysts were looking for $1.83. Operating revenue in the quarter was $3.16 billion, also a bit lighter than what had been anticipated, $3.18 billion. Intermodal revenue, that is moving from trucking to shipping to rail, $1.56 billion. That is higher than what analysts were looking for, which is $1.51 billion, but certainly as a portion of the operating revenue, it's only about a third or just over a third. Dedicated third quarter revenue, $892 million. That is lighter than what was anticipated as well. So if we take a look at how the stock is performing in after hours trading, can we pull that up?
Relatively unchanged.
Yeah, it looks like
Relatively unchanged. Okay, there was some expectation that it was going to come in with a double-digit earnings decline because of those high fuel prices. We talk about that again, and as well as weak demand for goods overall.
Well, that's what I was going to say. On the surface, these numbers look better than some of the expectations. I know it's not like a massive beat or anything here, but if you avoid the worst case scenario, I wonder as we get deeper into the earnings season, is that going to be enough to placate investors?
Yeah, I know. In a company like this, forgive me, I'm trying to read the release here. In a company like this, you want to get an idea of what they're anticipating outlook. I mean, these guys are certainly going to see some kind of either demand letdown potentially, or maybe could be seeing some early signs of it in terms of the last quarter.
Right, especially for the holiday quarter. I'm going to be looking at, what activity is anticipated for an idea, Scarlett, of what, they're expecting from the consumer here.
Yeah, although when it comes down to the consumer is by all accounts, just looking at the retail sales numbers, doing just fine. I think the cost is the big issue here. How much pricing power does a company like this really have when they have to pay more in wages and they have to pay much more in fuel as well?
Yeah. Well, and we should point out, though, too, when we look at some of the consumer numbers here, there still is that sort of tilt to services, something that obviously that doesn't benefit a trucking company. So you do wonder if it's not just the level of consumer spending, but also the mix of, I guess, where that money's going in the economy.
Yeah, and I think with all of these guys, right, in terms of what kind of insight we get, are we feeling like a little bit of more of a cautious tone?
Oh, yeah, I think, and let's face it, I don't think anyone really cares too much about the actual 3Q numbers, right? Everybody really wants to hear the forecasts out of these companies, the commentary from the executives about where we're headed in 4Q and really into 2024.
I mean, I think if we look at J.B. Hunt and United as well, these are two companies that rely and spend a lot of money on fuel. So there's been a lot of volatility there, especially, over the last couple of weeks, price increases and price declines. And I think volatility is certainly the name of the game going forward with these companies. We just don't know how much they're going to have to spend on fuel.
Yeah, well, we will certainly hear more a little bit maybe on some of these conference calls. All right, guys, so a little bit of earnings, and we'll continue to watch the trade in the aftermarket and certainly into the Wednesday trade. That's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage on radio, TV, and YouTube, and of course, Bloomberg Originals Beyond the Bell. We'll catch you again tomorrow. All right, everybody, it's one of those times in our world where we have so much to keep an eye on, that which is front and center and that which is, of course, happening on the sidelines. With that in mind, we bring you today's Bloomberg Big Take, which is also one of the most read on the Bloomberg, about the meeting between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin today, the pressure on both to do more to ease tension in the Middle East, and the diplomatic gamble that the Chinese leader is taking with this relationship.
Well, let's get into this with Bloomberg Economics economist for Russia and Central and Eastern Europe, Alex Isakov, joins us right now on Zoom from Washington, D.C. Alex, good to have you with us this afternoon. As Carol made the point earlier, with everything happening between Israel and Hamas, it's really easy to miss this meeting, yet the two are meeting. Is it a growing relationship, fair to say?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's a growing relationship and is increasingly important and asymmetric. It's especially important for Russia. I think Putin comes to Beijing with a huge agenda, and he needs to convince Xi to become like a donor of technology equipment, a large consumer of Russian natural gas, and also a provider of like financial services, access to renminbi financial markets for Russia.
I think it's interesting, too, that the Russian president is there in Beijing specifically because of the Belt and Road Initiative Forum. This has been a big platform build out, if you will, by President Xi. The significance of the Russian president being there at this time.
I think it's pretty significant. At least Russia hopes to underscore the fact that the country still is able to participate in global affairs and still is like a reliable economic partner for China.
Okay, so raises the question about the rest of the world and the way the rest of the world should respond right now. I mean, how should the rest of the world be watching these two meet? And, you know, I'm using the term watching in quotes, Carol. I'm like thinking to myself, okay, well, we saw export curbs, you know, on NVIDIA today.
Right.
So we know the Biden administration is looking to curb access to these advanced chips. How should the rest of the world be watching?
I think with the calm. So despite the fact that Russia's agenda is pretty huge and ambitious, my feeling is that it will unlikely prove to be very successful in the short term, in the medium term, et cetera, et cetera. So Putin will try to attract as much investment from China as possible in Russia and try to substitute former European investment. But it will be very tricky. China invested only $3 billion, according to Russia's official data, over the last 20 years. And after the invasion, it will be even harder to attract significant investment into the country.
Who needs, or which country needs, or which leader needs the other more? Is this an equitable relationship?
I think not at all. So Putin needs Xi to provide safe assets. First and foremost, after the international investments were frozen, Russia needs to store its current account surpluses somewhere, and it's kind of very tricky to find a safe place to store those surpluses. And also it needs access to technology, which is lost after the sanctions. So it's a very, very asymmetric relationship.
So where do they access that technology if they're increasingly being cut off from the rest of the world?
I think they basically what happens is that Russia is able to import a lot of technology. So it's well documented, and our data suggests as well that imports have really skyrocketed from the second half of last year, and Russia has found ways to avoid sanctions and get hold of some of the sanctions technology and equipment, but it's very hard to attract this technological investment into Russia. So you can buy it, but you can't convince your partners to invest in your country.
It's so surprising to me that they've been able to evade these sanctions. We spent so much time in, gosh, was it, the winter of 2022, Carol, talking about all the companies that were cutting off access to Russia. There were many stories, Alex, just about how, airplanes were, would be sitting on runways in airfields in Russia because they wouldn't be able to get parts from Boeing and from Airbus. So what do we know about what they're able to actually get and how they're able to get it into the country? I'm not saying, plane parts are able to make it into the country. I'm just using that as an example.
We know that a lot of trade happens through proxy countries. So if you look at countries in the Central Asia in particular, at countries such as Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, Kazakhstan, you will see that their data suggests massive spikes in imports. So I think most of the kind of patterns suggest that there's a double exporting going on. Also, we need to kind of take into account that all of the kind of this sanctions machinery is pretty new, right? And so I would not, I think we don't need to be surprised by the fact that their application is like a maturing field and nothing works from the first time.
Alex, what's interesting is, and I kind of tweeted this out early, with everything that's going on, obviously we're focusing on the Middle East and what's going on in between Israel and Hamas at this point, and it's an ongoing situation, and many anticipate it's going to get a lot more heated before anything calms down. Having said that, you can't ignore the relationship between the Chinese president Xi and, of course, Vladimir Putin of Russia. Having said that, there's a commonality, right? They both would love the U.S. to maybe not be so strong, geopolitically or in the world. And at the same time, though, for China, they also need the United States, and they don't need the wrath or increased wrath, despite the sanctions and limitations on, technology from the U.S. to China. They still need to have a relationship, China, with the United States, correct?
Yeah, completely spot on. And basically, while there's this high-level commonality in views, in some kind of anti-Western sentiment, both countries are very differently positioned with their relationship with the United States. For China, it's a vital relationship. For Russia, it's not. The trade patterns have never been very strong between Russia and the U.S. So I think while in theory the interests are aligned, in practice, economically, the interests are very, very different.
Well, and I do also wonder that the longer the war in Ukraine goes on, does it make it a little bit more complicated too for President Xi? But especially internally, I think, in terms of politics.
I think, the fact that Russia is becoming a little bit more volatile, unpredictable, and a little bit more unstable internally, both fiscally and politically, I think it presents a long-term challenge for China and makes Russia again, a more asymmetric, more junior partner in this relationship.
I want to end just by asking about what role you think they will take in the conflict in the Middle East that's ongoing right now.
Again, I think the interests here are not very well aligned. So if you look at what President Xi did over the last couple of quarters, he used his influence to align a lot of the countries in the region and actually make the Middle East region a more stable place. For Putin, the current interest is actually so that the West will spend more of its power and attention on this conflict and get distracted from his invasion of Ukraine. So I think the roles will be driven by those interests.
Well, and we should remind everybody, President Putin was the first foreign leader that Xi visited after he became China's president in 2013. So it's been, this relationship has been certainly brewing and growing over time. But, you know, like I like to say, most things, they're complicated.
I knew you were going to say that. This one is particularly complicated, though.
And something that's really important in terms of everything that's going on geopolitically. Alex Isakov, thank you so much. He is Bloomberg Economics economist for Russia and Central and Eastern Europe on Zoom from Washington, D.C. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 4:21 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks finished lower. United Airlines reporting adjusted earnings per share for the third quarter that beat the average analyst estimate, but shares are down more than 3% right now in the after hours. Why? Well, this might have something to do with it. UAL sees adjusted earnings of $1.50 in the current quarter if the Tel Aviv ban on air travel continues until December. Now, the estimate was for $2.10, so that would be quite a takedown. Stocks finishing mixed overall. Retail spending stronger than expected, triggering concern about more interest rate hikes from the Fed. Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan telling us consumer spending has leveled off and the Fed shouldn't have to hike rates anymore from here.
What is spending rate at the year-over-year growth is consistent with 2% inflation and below 2% GDP growth. It is the same, that rate of 4% or so is what we had in 17, 18, and 19 as the economy kind of ended into an equilibrium. So frankly, the Fed has won the battle with the American consumer and they're slowing down. And then the question is, what happens next? I can't predict, but this is a $4 trillion base, $300 to $400 billion a month. So think about it. It's hard to move around a lot. So once it slows this level, it's probably not going to kick right back up.
And Moynihan with us there on Bloomberg Radio and Television. The Dow finishing up slightly, just up 13 points. That's up fractionally. The S&P 500 down fractionally, down less than 1 point. The NASDAQ down about 0.2% at the close. The yield on the 10-year, 4.83%. Spot gold higher, and crude oil also higher, was lower, but Mexico has been conducting its annual oil export hedging program, that putting a little spine in crude oil prices. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Denise, thank you so much. Keeping a watch on shares of United Airlines, still down about 4.7%. Denise talking about it, but projecting a fourth quarter profit that falls short of analyst estimates. The carrier facing pressure from a suspension of flights to Tel Aviv and higher jet fuel costs. So we'll keep a watch on that in the aftermarkets. Planes, trains, and automobiles, and then there are trucks.
Remember a little over a year ago when Ford stopped taking orders for its 2022 F-150 Lightning? That's the company's first electric pickup. That was due to high demand. Well, a lot has changed in just a year. It turns out that sales growth for the gas-powered F-150 is outpacing that of its new EV sibling. And Carol, what that does is it suggests a dearth of demand as GM, Ram, and then, of course, Tesla with its Cybertruck all plan to roll out pickups.
All right, so let's get to it. For our Bloomberg Plugged-In weekly look at the world of EVs, we're joined by Kevin Tynan, Senior Autos Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence there at BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Hey, Kevin, good to have you here. So what's going on here, and how much are we seeing the EV truck sales down?
Yeah, and it's really everything. Well, now, you know, most things are truck-based, even if they're EV or internal combustion. But what's interesting is that the price decline in F-150 Lightning is 10% year to date, and volume is only up 15%. For the internal combustion 150, pricing is actually flat, but volume's up almost 24%. So I think, you know, even from the other manufacturers, Tesla, Lucid, Rivian, all those products, what you're seeing them do is cut production to get in line with demand, and doing it by, at the same time, cutting prices. So it's sort of the worst of all scenarios.
Why?
I
feel like if I'm in business school, like, this is not the metrics you want to be seeing.
But Kevin, I don't get it. I mean, what's going on here? Gas is, you know, do people still want internal combustion engines? Is that what's going on here?
Well, look, you know, there's a big part of this, Tim, that's like the supply side of it, where if a manufacturer isn't making money doing it, you're just not going to produce them. So it's a matter of what's available for the consumer. You know, gas in this country, relatively speaking, isn't horribly high. And when you look at the efficiency that's been built into even the largest of trucks, it's considerably better than what it's been. You have hybrid F-150s, even though they're internal combustion, you know. And so miles per gallon isn't what it used to be. It's not the single-digit days of 10, 12 years ago.
I mean, so what is it? And by the way, I was in California last week, Kevin, and saw 7 in front of a gas price as the first digit, which was pretty normal for the California folks, but I mean, still shocking for me to see. So what is typical gas mileage with like that F-150 hybrid? I've seen a few of those around. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, and that was one thing Ford talked about, you know, when they reported volume for the third quarter, was that they're going to increase output of those, the gasoline hybrid 150s. And I think that there's a little step here, or a step backwards, in terms of, you know, the zero sum between internal combustion and electrification. There's probably somewhere along the spectrum that says, you know, plug-in hybrid works, gasoline hybrid works, even mild hybrid works for some of these large vehicles, because what you may give up in fuel economy on an internal combustion or a hybrid gasoline hybrid truck, you're keeping some towing capacity, right? Which you lose a lot of that in terms of electrification. So, it's one of those things where we saw this shift and it's been very hyped, and it's just not right for everybody immediately right now, especially the manufacturers when you look at the income statement, right? Don't want to be doing things very unprofitably when you have an alternative that makes a lot of money.
Interesting. So is this kind of a setback, if you will, for the EV world, generally speaking? How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're probably 12, 18 months from really knowing. I think if the profitability and demand dynamics for electrification don't really improve by mid-2025, maybe even the end of 24, I think you're going to see forecasts and projections for EV penetration, at least in this country, start to walk back a little bit, and the commitment from the automakers as well, saying, maybe it's not 2035 that we're 100%, maybe it's never 100%, or maybe it's a much longer runway for it.
Based on your research, how much of this has to do with charging network and range anxiety?
Yeah, it's certainly a big part of it. Look, I also think that, if you're talking about the technological singularity of electrification, because the singularity of internal combustion doesn't work, there has to be choice, there has to be variety, at least for this transition period. So I think it's very messy when you talk about foregoing one technology completely and then putting another in place immediately. It just doesn't work that seamlessly, especially when you work in the lack of profitability. If it were profitable on day one, like the mix shift to truck from car was, there would be a much greater commitment to it.
All right, going to leave it there. Hey, Kevin, thank you so much. Kevin Tynan, Senior Autos Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. We're going to go back to, as we said, planes, trains, and automobiles. We're going to go back to UAL, down 4.4% in the aftermarket after projecting a fourth quarter profit miss on high fuel costs and also costs of the Israeli war. So with us is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Airlines Analyst George Ferguson on the phone from BI headquarters as well in Princeton, New Jersey. So George, a surprise here. We've all talked about the potential for the costs as a result of this conflict in the Middle East, but this seems like a big one.
Yeah, so United is the largest U.S. carrier into Israel. They had some 700 flights into Israel in Q3 compared to Delta's 400, American's 180, and El Al was like 1,000. So they're not far behind El Al, the home airline. Small market and not served by a lot of carriers means there's probably some pretty strong yields going into there.
Yeah, so talk to us about economics of this flight.
Well, I will say I think they have a decent amount of capacity in there, but you will note that they cut capacity by 1.5% of Tel Aviv's suspended through the year end, and operating revenue goes down the same amount. So I think it's kind of average, but I think it's average for a very strong international fare level right now, and so I think that probably hurts a bit, right? Because you'd be looking around for where you deploy that capacity, where else you could get it. So.
I think what's surprising to me is the market reaction to this, George. If we all knew that United was the largest carrier in the U.S. with flights to Tel Aviv, and we knew that there was concern that flights would be suspended for an indefinite period of time, why didn't the market factor that in?
I guess the market doesn't always, doesn't always get all these things.
I was told the mark's always right, George. Yeah. So I guess I got to go back.
I think, and we may not have all understood how good the fares were into Israel, and so that may be part of it.
As we always say, not all the airlines apples to apples in terms of their exposure to different markets. I'm looking at Delta's just down about 0.9% in the aftermarket. I think I looked at American, and I think it was unchanged. Is there anything we can carry across to the other carriers, or is it going to be more like fuel costs that are something that obviously we can always look at with the rest of the base, if you will?
So I think that the declines you just told me sort of correlate with this news on capacity into Israel. I think the carryover through all the big U.S. full-service carriers are, I think, risked international. I mean, look, if the war expands...
And American is actually down 1.6%, forgive me. Yeah.
Okay, if the war expands, I think you're going to have more than difficulties going into Israel, right? You'll have some people suspending vacations. Do you want a vacation through Europe or Eastern Europe or the Middle East if you've got this conflict going on? And so I think that's one way I think I'd extrapolate it. The concern we're looking at is if the war expands, it will change people's travel plans. International is the it's the best markets right now.
Right.
As I look at United, domestic yields, which we think of as sort of synonymous with fares,
right?
Price your customer pays per mile you fly them. Yields in the domestic market were down about 2%.
Okay.
Yields were up in Europe. Yields were up in Asia Pac.
Got it.
So obviously, if something upsets the balance internationally, we'd have to. That would hurt that business, right?
So appreciate it. No, that's okay. George Ferguson, of course, of our BI team. Hey, let's get a check on world and national news. Dan Schwartzman here in our 1130 newsroom.
Hey, Carolyn, Tim, as you've been hearing on Bloomberg Radio, Ohio Republican Jim Jordan did not get enough votes to be elected as House Speaker in the first round of voting. 20 Republicans voting for someone else. The House expected to hold another vote tonight. That'll start around 6 p.m. Make sure to stay tuned to Bloomberg Radio for more. According to the health ministry in Gaza, which is run by Hamas, an Israeli airstrike hit a Gaza hospital, killing at least 500 people. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying on X, formerly known as Twitter, that Israel did not attack the hospital and instead it was terrorists who did. President Biden is leaving for Israel tonight on a high-stakes trip to try to keep the war from expanding in the region. Biden's going to also be attending a three-way summit in Jordan along with King Abdullah and Egypt's Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, while Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas has canceled his participation after that hospital bombing. Meanwhile, Israel continues to make preparations for what's expected to be a ground invasion. Bloomberg's national security correspondent Nick Wadhams reports on the status of that operation.
Israel's ambassador said in an interview with Bloomberg Television that this is something that they're not putting a timetable on. They're not going to give a sense for when it might happen, but that it could happen at any time. One thing that is important to say that we think is at least a reasonable expectation is that it would not start with President Biden in the region, and he's expected to be there on Wednesday.
That's Bloomberg national security correspondent Nick Wadhams. Russian President Vladimir Putin is in Beijing to help mark the 10-year anniversary of China's controversial Belt and Road Initiative. The BRI project has expanded China's influence in poorer countries, helping to build infrastructure. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Dan Schwartzman. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 4:40 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. United Airlines reporting adjusted earnings per share for the third quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. But the stock is lower by more than 2% right now in the after hours trading. It had been more than 3.5% lower. UAL sees fourth quarter, that's this quarter, adjusted earnings of only $1.50 a share if the Tel Aviv ban on air travel continues until December. Now, the estimate for the quarter was $2.10 for adjusted earnings, so that is quite a takedown. And it was a mixed day for stocks overall. Of course, the war in the Middle East, one of the things weighing on investors, also, of course, concern about that stronger than expected retail data that we got and what that could mean for more Fed rate hikes. Jonathan Stubbs, he's equity strategist over at Berenberg. He says he believes stocks may just be too expensive right now.
From a corporate perspective, valuations and margins are still very high. So it doesn't mean equities can't go up or can't go up a lot over the next sort of few years for whatever reason, but the starting point is quite challenging.
And Stubbs there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. The Dow had finished just up fractionally, up 13 points. The S&P 500 down fractionally, down about 1 point. The NASDAQ down about 0.2%, down 34 points. Yield on the 10-year creeping higher today, 4.83%. COMEX gold higher by about 0.1%, $19.22 an ounce. Spot gold was lower, now it's higher on word Mexico is out there hedging for the coming year on its oil. Crude oil right now, electronic session up about 0.9%, $87.48 a barrel. NVIDIA shares, they did finish the session lower, and that's on word of new curbs from the U.S. government on chip sales in China. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Denise, thank you so much. Denise Pellegrini there with a Bloomberg Business News Flash in for Charlie Pellet. Well, we were keeping a watch on shares of NVIDIA today. A lot going on. Watching United Airlines in the aftermarket down about 4.5%, watching those big banks. But NVIDIA was definitely on our radar as well. Down as much as 7.8% at its lows, finishing the day with about a 4.7% decline. The stock had more than tripled this year.
Okay, that's some good context, Carol.
Well, it's the best performing stock in the S&P 500 this year. It's all about the AI boom, right, that we've seen, and it's definitely played into us. But today was a little bit of a different tone and different direction.
Yeah, this on news that the U.S. is restricting the sale of chips that NVIDIA designed specifically for the Chinese market. This is part of sweeping new updates to export curbs that are designed to block China's access to highly advanced semiconductor technology. With more context on what's going on in Washington, what's going on in Beijing, and what it means for the #1 gainer in the S&P 500 this year, we've got Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Semiconductor Analyst Kunjan Sabi on Zoom in San Francisco. Good to have you with us this afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. Sorry for the noise. I'm talking to you on the road.
No, it's all good.
No, you sound good. You sound good. So talk to us a little bit about what this news means. And we should note that NVIDIA came out and said that it shouldn't substantially impact the company's revenue this year, but still, investors kind of shrugged off that and did send shares of the stock lower today.
Do you agree that it shouldn't impact them? Yeah.
I think it should not have come. The stock price performance was a surprise to us. It should not be a surprise to investors who have been following this for a while because, like us, including many other analysts, we anticipated these restrictions to come at some point in this year. In fact, the company itself highlighted this in the past couple of earnings call in their commentary that they do expect more restrictions impacting their 800 series. This is the part which was specifically tailored for China market in response to the restrictions that the U.S. administration had put them last on 2022. So I think the estimates already have this baked in, so there should not be a lot of surprise.
Well, and so this is what's interesting. Like we were talking about this story and these restrictions from the United States on our planning call this morning and looking at what was going on, Kunjan, with shares of NVIDIA. These restrictions, right, not necessarily a surprise, but tell us how you, as someone who covers this company, are looking at what the U.S. is increasingly doing when it comes to U.S. technology going specifically to China, the rules and the regulations, and how it changes potentially the financial trajectory for these companies. Yes or no, maybe.
It does, not as much in the near term. That's why you see some commentary and the company saying that shrugging it off because, look, there's the majority of the demand that the US chip companies, especially the one manufacturing these really high-end AI chips, which is what the US government is concerned about. Most of the demand is coming from the Western countries. And they are working hard to just satisfy that demand. NVIDIA, for example, is running supply constraint and has a large backlog. So in the near term to the midterm, these restrictions will not impact them. What it does do is reduce the TAM, the opportunity available to these US-based chip companies in the long term, because as these restrictions keep catching up, more and more restrictions keep getting added on, the possible revenue, for example, that NVIDIA could have gained in the next 3 to 5 years is going to get cut short.
From the perspective of the actual technology that the U.S. wants to curb to China, isn't there a way to use chips that aren't these exact same chips, but, I don't know, change them in some way as an end user so you can still get AI capabilities here? A workaround?
There is, yes and no, and that's why you know how regulations always are lagging. So the evidence of that is with the first curve, NVIDIA just lowered the clock of their 100 series and called them 800, and almost had very negligible revenue impact in 2022 and started shipping them. And it took the administration some time to catch up, and it's like, okay, no, this is what we're doing, so we're going to add more curves. We definitely expect any smart company to work around these and design chips that will work with the new restrictions and again reduce the impact on the downside and still ship some of these chips until the next set of restrictions come and catch up to those. So this will be sort of a cat and mouse game for a while.
How do you think about, though, the sector, specifically the semiconductor space? It does feel like another race going on between the U.S. and China. China's been very clear about wanting to dominate on a higher playing field, especially in advanced technology. U.S. obviously as well, and they're all kind of putting money and might behind it. But having said that, I do think about the importance of chips. I don't have to tell you, Kujan, they're in everything, right? And AI increasingly, this advanced computing level is requiring advanced chips. And I do wonder how these restrictions, is it better for U.S. technology in the long run in terms of having the oversight and not sending it over to China, or even though there are other workarounds? Or, I don't know, how do you see it longer term in terms of the tech race?
I'm a semiconductor financial analyst, so I can't speak much about the geopolitical angle and is it better for the U.S. as a country, etc. I can speak about what it means for the U.S.-based fabless or integrate, even IDM chip companies. Look, in the long term, it definitely reduces, like I said, the opportunity that they could have access to. U.S. fabless design companies lead the world when it comes to designing the highest end chips. So as right now, there is no other NVIDIA in sort of China. So if in the absence of these restrictions, these companies would have access to a much larger revenue pool, which they won't as these restrictions keep on getting stringent and stringent.
Is there another company, just in the last 30 seconds that we have, that could hold a candle to NVIDIA in terms of technology?
The closest sort of name that is an AMD. Again, NVIDIA has the lion's share, almost 85 to 90% share, and AMD is sort of the next closest contender that can, come in the race and take some share away. But again, you're talking about someone with a very small piece of pie right now.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Hey, listen, thank you so much. And shares of NVIDIA, as we said, finished down the day about 4.7%. Bloomberg Intelligence senior semiconductor analyst Kujan Subhani on Zoom in San Francisco.
Shares only up 200% this year, though, Carol.
Yeah, well, number one gainer in the S&P 500 easily.
I was going to say by far, right?
Yeah, exactly. Check out more on what's going on in terms of NVIDIA and restrictions, increasingly more and more restrictions by the United States. Just head to Bloomberg.com or find it on the Bloomberg terminal. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic. This is Bloomberg Radio.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And from Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Denise Pellegrini. Turbulence in the air this hour from the tragedy and deadly war between Israel and Hamas. United Airlines now projecting fourth quarter profit that falls short of analyst estimates. Carrier facing pressure from a suspension of flights to Tel Aviv and higher jet fuel costs. Shares of Bank of America finishing higher, though. That's after reporting stronger than expected quarterly results. Those stock up 2%. HSBC Holdings is blocking staff from texting on their work phones. It's the latest fallout from regulatory probes into the industry's use of unauthorized communications methods. We get more from Bloomberg's Steve Rappaport.
Denise, the move by the UK lender is the latest fallout from regulatory probes into the industry's use of unauthorized communication methods. Sources tell us HSBC is in the middle of disabling the texting function, and the ban applies across the bank with a few exceptions. A small number of workers in regulated roles will still be allowed to send text messages on phones where the activity is archived. Employees' personal devices will not be affected by the change. Denise?
All right, thank you, Steve. Bloomberg's Steve Rappaport reporting U.S. Bancors surging today after the Fed released it from a commitment to meet requirements for larger banks by the end of next year. So we just had a lot of bank news today. And Canada's government is examining new measures to rein in short-term rental services like Airbnb. I don't know if you've rented an Airbnb in Canada lately, but the prices were incredibly high in spite of the favorable exchange rate. Policymakers in Canada trying to cool inflation in apartment and house rents. Those are some of the company stories we're following. I'm Denise Pellegrini.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek. We're live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studios. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news with Dan Schwartzman here in the Bloomberg 1130 newsroom in New York. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Tim and Carol. You've been hearing right here on Bloomberg Radio. Ohio Republican Jim Jordan did not get enough votes to be elected House Speaker in the first round of voting. 20 Republicans voting for someone else. Now, the House expected to hold another vote starting in about an hour or so. Stay tuned to Bloomberg Radio for more. Now, this is an interesting story coming out of Gaza. The health ministry, which is run by Hamas, says an Israeli airstrike hit a Gaza hospital, killing at least 500 people. Israel now has come out and said that, in fact, it was a Palestinian misfired missile that landed on the hospital. President Biden leaving for Israel tonight on a high-stakes trip to try to keep the war from expanding in the region. Biden's going to also be attending a three-way summit in Jordan along with King Abdullah and Egypt's Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, while Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas has canceled his participation after that bombing. Bloomberg's Oliver Crook telling us what Bloomberg can expect in Israel.
He will be greeted very happily by the officials here and by the people here in Israel. And really it comes as, all of the officials here that have arrived have had the same sort of message, which is unflinching support for Israel. And we expect the same from President Biden. And that is unflinching support politically, militarily, and also possibly financially. We have some reports out from the New York Times that Israel has asked for $10 billion in emergency aid. So that will be in focus. But so too will deterrence and diplomacy.
That's Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Tel Aviv. Police in Brussels have shot and killed the suspect accused of killing two Swedish soccer fans yesterday. The 45-year-old Tunisian Abdel Salem Lassoud pledged his allegiance to the Islamic State and claimed responsibility for the shooting on a social media post. Reports say Lassoud had sought asylum in Belgium back in November of 2019. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Dan Schwartzman, and this is Bloomberg. Back to both Carol and Tim.
All right, Dan Schwartzman, thank you so much. And for Nancy Lyons on this Tuesday. So Taylor Swift, 33, and she's on her way.
Wealthy.
What? Yeah, a little bit. She's on her way to becoming America's youngest self-made female billionaire and one of the few magnet millennials who hasn't made her fortune from meme stocks and cryptocurrency.
It's not too late, Carol, for her to get into meme stocks and crypto. That's what I'm saying.
Wants to. Yeah, she could do it. She could do it.
She could do it.
Let's take a look at some of the money if we can. Her Eras Tour concert film released Friday. We talked about this yesterday with the team. Had advanced sales of more than $100 million, which is expected to double within weeks. Tim.
The tour itself has already become the highest-grossing concert series of all time. It's on track to generate up to $4 billion.
Of all time, beating the Stones, beating everybody.
This is the Eras Tour, Carol. It hasn't even gone to Europe yet.
$4 billion.
This piece in Bloomberg Opinion, we should note, is by Amanda Little, Bloomberg Opinion columnist who covers agriculture and climate change. Also, she's a professor at Vanderbilt. it's a great piece about the responsibility that comes with making so much money. And